We return. All right. Wasn't too much pre-game banter. Just kind of got started. There's stream stuff we will discuss, but wait a little bit for that. So here I am back in Norg. Now the reason I switched to Black Mage, but I think I might want to change that again. So the reason I'm here in Norg is because fish. I have been fishing so much. I mean, just look at this. I've gone up like 100,000 or 200,000. I don't know. I caught a lot of fish. Like just since yesterday, I've caught so much fish. But I do have something to show for it other than just raw gill. What I have to show for it is, yeah, my fishing is now at Artisan 80. Though I just realized something. Oh my god, I just had a realization. And it's been a while since I had to rank up my fishing, but I just kind of realized that I ranked up to 80 fishing not that long ago. Not that long. But I continued fishing after I ranked up, and that made me realize, wait a second. I wasn't getting skill points because I need to rank up. I potentially caught fish for maybe like an hour after hitting 80, and I could have been getting skill points. Yeah, I just realized that. That's not great. That is not great. Well, alright, then I think we have a couple first orders of business, right? One, I need to level up my fishing. I need to rank it up. So, that means go to Windurst. The other thing I need to do is, I have quests, right? I've got quests to do. So, let's see, let's change some things around. Main job, Beastmaster. Support job, Black Mage. Alright. So, okay, here's the plan to start. Let's rank fishing up so that I can actually continue to level it, because 80 is great. I need like, I don't know, my goal is 90, I guess, with Grimonite. I mean, the goal is 100, but 90 is the next big one. Though I might be able to do something with 81. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, ranking up is first order of business. Second thing I want to do is continue the quests that we started yesterday. Alright, we got the tapestry from Gelspa. Next, I think I have to go to Selbina. I think I also need to go to Selbina to get some spell scrolls, too, for Black Mage, but, we'll see, right? We'll see. Alright, first things first. So, like, yeah, of course, just buy it, right? But, like, okay, what fish do I need to rank up? Let's take a look here. So, fish. Quick Google search on the fishing items. Let's see, where's the guild test items? Which ones are the guild test items? What I have here, it doesn't tell me the test items and stuff. That's not great. Okay, hold on. Let me try find the fishing guides, fishing guild point items. No, that's wrong. Here we go. Fishing guild test items. So, for the 80 bracket, I need a 3-eyed fish. That's actually a hard one to catch. Like, that's a physically difficult one to catch just out in the wild. It's from Kufum Island, but without a Lushang's, it's... I tried to catch 3-eyed fish, and I couldn't do it. So, I sure hope there's one for sale. I really hope... okay, there's 107 of them for sale. At 2,500 gil each. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's not too bad. Alright, so I got my guild test item. I'd like to continue my quest I was on too, but let's go back to Windurst. Let's solve that problem first. So to Juno and then to Windurst. We do that, and then for the quest that I'm on, I need to go to Selbina. Gonna keep Black Mage as my secondary job, and that'll let me just quickly get back here, right? And we're always an outpost away. I might want to look at the auction house too, just to see. Like, oh, okay, real quick, because my sub is Black Mage, so I should be able to see what spells I'm missing. Because I did level up last time, right? I got some levels on me. Yeah, I can learn Thundaga now. 10,000 gil. Well, okay. Let's see if we can get that cheaper in Selbina, right? I think Selbina is where you go to get your AoE spells, your basic ones anyway. So yeah, we'll hold on to that one. 10,000 gil here, but let's see. Yeah, let's see what it's worth in Selbina, or the magic shop here. I don't know. I think that sells scrolls too. But first things first, we gotta hit Windurst. Alright, I was just checking to see that I have some F-carrot broth, because for my quest I'm gonna do after all this, I believe that I need to fight something. Also, I want to test something while we're in Windurst, alright? I'd like to do a little test of something there. Alright, so Ruta Baruta. So, okay, when we go to the Fishing Guild to turn in the item, I have 80 skill, Bastor Bream is 86, right? With my fishing gear, I have 85. With synthesis support, or not synthesis, but with fishing support, I would have, I think, +1. I think synthesis support is +1 or +2, I'm not sure. I always call it synth support, but it's the same thing, except for fishing instead of crafting. But that should put my effective level at 86, right, which is Bastor Bream. Now, what I'm wondering is, if my effective level is the same level as the fish, like the cap, can I catch Bastor Bream with a Halcyon Rod without... like, I already know that it only gives me a bad feeling, which means... Like, it was terrible, now it's only bad. That means that it won't break the rod, but it'll snap the line. Well, it used to be like that with the Grimonite that I was catching, until I skilled up a little. So I'm wondering if maybe, okay... if I'm at the skill cap effectively, can I catch Bastor Bream with just a Halcyon Rod and a Shrimp Lure and not have any line snaps? I got to at least try it, right? I have to test that out. So I'm just gonna slap on my fishing gear, and we'll see what we can do. Right? We'll see how that works out. Maybe not well. We'll see. All right. Well. Okay. Was just checking some things real quick while we're still getting warmed up here. And I'm getting warmed up. I still, I'm still very morning fogged, right? I normally wake up at like 6 in the morning, and by the time I start the stream at 9, which, I usually get things done 2 in the morning, I'm fully awake by that point, at the very least. We started late at like 11 today, but I woke up at 8, and I stayed up too late. So today's a little bit of a weird one. I'm kind of off, but hopefully that clears up as we progress. The thing is, I have much to do with FF11 today. I got quests to do, items to get, ranks to up. But yeah, I want to do all that, so we're here. I still feel really, really bad that I hit my max rank with fishing, and then I just kept fishing. I should have immediately stopped and just gone to the fishing guild to rank up. I should have done that, but I potentially, because I went for like maybe an hour more than that, so I potentially missed out on a couple skill points, and that's not a great feeling. I mean, at the end of the day, you still have the money, right? You get the gill from fishing, so it's not like it was all for nothing. Alright. An adept of the fishing guild. So, alright, let's try something out here. Alright, I would like fishing support. Okay, so fishing support lasts for an hour. Now, I'm using a Halcyon and a Shrimp Lure, so let's see how that works out for me. What would normally happen is, again, it used to be a terrible chance, so meaning your line wouldn't just snap, your rod would break. It was only a bad chance last I checked, so I'm wondering if my skill can break the conditioning and I can... Like, can I catch this fish without breaking or snapping anything? If so, then I could just catch Bastor Bream to level up instead of Grimonite. Ah, still a bad feeling. Still a bad feeling. But okay, so the thing is, it's only a bad feeling. I mean, that's just a line snap. That's not a rod break. So yeah, I might be able to do it if I just use, like, if I just use a live bait, so it's not a high cost if my line snaps. I could make that work, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say I could make that one work. I don't know. I know the answer here, and that is that I gotta keep catching what I've been catching, because I at least know that with large fish, I can catch large fish even if, you know, I'm not using exactly the right stuff. I can catch large fish just fine. It's just a matter of being at the right skill. That's all. Oh look, this guy. He's looking for ZM14 or rank mission 7-2. That's literally the same things as me, but they're just LFG. I mean, the problem is putting together a party for that kind of thing. Alright. Well, let me rest my MP up. We're gonna warp back to Juneau and then head out to Selbina. So let me just make sure that I'm on the right path. So what do we got here? Okay, so we're not at the Ordell Cave step. I gotta travel to Selbina. And we'll have to talk to the mayor. Okay, so it looks like the next part of the quest is all Selbina stuff, and then we have to go to Ordell's Cave, which I'm not sure. I'm really curious what is going to point me to Ordell's Cave exactly. I'm also curious how exactly one would get to the conclusion that you have to talk to the mayor. I mean, I guess if you run out of people to talk to and it's like no one has anything to say, then I guess you talk to the mayor, right? Like, I guess that makes sense. I guess. Man, I still feel like I'm waking up, which is weird. It's sort of a weekend feeling. This is why on the weekends I do my stream late in the evening, because for me in the evening, because on the weekends the sleep schedule gets all off, and you know, morning slash afternoon streams are just, ooh, it's a daze. I maybe should have done this one in the evening too, but I wasn't thinking that far ahead. It's just it's a holiday day, so holiday day. That's kind of it's a little redundant, but yeah, I just kind of flying by the seat of my pants today. Alright, to Zolkheim. Now, I gotta remember, while I'm in Selbina, let's take a look at the magic shop and see if there's any spells I can get a little cheaper than on the auction house. Oh no, help! What? Oh, there we go. Yep. I was kind of wondering. I guess I didn't load in. Like, I didn't load in the guy while I was there, so just I was kind of wondering, like, help with what? But yeah, then I just thought to turn around. I love that. And also, I love that I managed to one-shot that goblin. Like those things are like they're over level 20. It's kind of rare to one-shot something that is over level 20. But with a two-hander, anything is possible. That's my look. I got all this crit gear, right? I got all this crit gear, and also I have invested 2 merits so far into my crit chance, so putting it to good use right there. Alright, so to the mayor. I think the mayor's house is over here, I think. But remember, the magic shop needs my spells. Okay, buy. Do they... Oh, they do. So, okay, this shop goes as high as my 46 spell, Thunder 2. Alright, so I can get Thundaga for 9k. I can get shock spikes for 8k. I mean, you know, while we're here, right? Like, I have things on the auction house for sale, right? Like I think I have from my previous fishing excursion, I have some Nebimonites and a damp scroll, a Norg shell. Like I got a couple thousand gil on the auction house. I'd say probably enough. Like, this is like 19k worth of stuff, almost 20k. I don't know that I have 20k up on the auction house, but close. I'd say close to 20k. So, hey, I'll get a significant chunk of the money back. There we go. That good black magic. The funny thing is yeah, I know spells cost a lot of money, but and they easily get into the tens of thousands of gil later on. But the funny thing is, by the time you get to that point, you should be able to afford them. Like, you should be able to do things that can make you that money. And still, even buying multiple spells for 10k, it's really kinda sorta just a drop in the bucket to me at this point. I have seen some of the later spells, and yeah, you'll pay like, I don't know, 50k or whatever, right? Like 50, 100k even, but you don't, the thing is, you don't buy spells quite as often later on. Like, the spells really do kind of funnel down towards the end. So for the spells you need to buy, it's really not that bad. Really not. Alright, so I think the mayor here is Abelard. Is you the mayor? I think he's the mayor. I'm Abelard, mayor of this village. You look like Matt, and the old man in Bestock, and the old man in Sandoria, and he's just all old men. You say you're looking for Lady Lafine. You're not the first to ask that question, but I'm sorry to say, there's no one here by that name. Even if you've been requested to do so, you shouldn't be poking around in other people's past. Sure, I've been doing research into Ironheart's past, but that's not the same thing, lass. I haven't got the slightest interest in his private life. I already know all there is to know about him, in any case. Have you heard of Lord Torasapet B. Ordell? It was feared he would die a demented death in Ordell's caves before he completed the map of these twisted tunnels. He gathered the facts about Gwynam Ironheart's life into a single volume. I have the book right here. It's just that, before that book came into my possession, Gwynam's daughter, Enid, tore out several pages and threw them away. I'm curious as to what was written on those pages, but I suppose there's a reason Enid removed them in the first place. I guess I should respect that. Besides, I doubt anyone could find them anyway. Well, okay, so I can kind of see how we would get to the conclusion to go to Ordell's Cave. So, alright, so we are supposed to come to the conclusion that we need to go to Ordell's Caves to find the pages. Because they mentioned, yeah, he died a demented death in Ordell's Caves. That's the only place name that they mentioned, so... yeah, that would tell me that I need to go to Ordell's Caves. Like, that alone, right? A little vague, a little, you know, but that's what we got to work with. Alright, so the next step is to go to the caves, and we need a chest key. When we find a key, then we open a treasure chest. Alright, so once we get the torn out pages, we have to come back to the Mary here. And then we go back to Sobain in southern Sandoria. And that'll wrap up part 1. And apparently we'll get a cunning earring for this. Which, what is that? Oh, hey, it's a... oh, nice! It's a +1 int earring. I didn't, I didn't know there was another +1 int earring. And it's only level 29, too. Like, only 29. The problem is that that is a little bit... it's a little bit out of our scope right now, right? Like, we have level 30 earrings that get the job done just as well, and give us some MP in addition to that. We're kind of past needing that, you know? All right, yeah, okay. Comparison, right? Like, I have the Morian earrings. They give me that 1 int, and they give me 4 MP, and it's a 1 level difference, right? Like, what? Who cares if the earring is level 29 or 30? The main thing is, I didn't even know there was a level 29 earring that gives +1 int. It's got to be more expensive than the Morian, right? Because I didn't even know about it. So there must have been a reason I didn't get that, and I got the 31 instead. There has... I don't know. We'll see. So warp back to Juno, and then teleport... well, let me think. How do I want to go about this? So... well, okay, I think going to Sandoria. Yeah, going to Sandoria is probably the best way to go about this. What I'm debating on is whether I want to go in as a /black mage or as a thief. I think thief would be better because we're gonna have to do us some treasure hunting. It's treasure hunting time. Which, hey, I love treasure hunting. I goddamn love hunting treasure. But doing that as a /black mage is gonna suck. So yeah, let's switch to /thief. And while we're there, there's something else I can get. Now let me just check my... look, I can't help it. I check my delivery box all the time. In case that sweet gill came in. Alright, so change to my DPS set. And get my look back. Gotta get that look back. Though, you know what? Since we're gonna be treasure hunting in a dank cave, we might go with the classic, right? Yeah, look, let's go with the doublest classic, the treasure hunter. This is the you know, the poor broke noob look. I enjoy the classic. Alright, so I'm a /thief now. I still need to have my pet jug out. Alright. Man, it's been a while since we rocked the classic. So, right, while we're in Ordell's Caves, there's a certain enemy type that I really need. Beetles. because of bone crafting. So for my current level of bone crafting, I need an absolute ton of beetle jaws. And a stack of beetle jaws is like anywhere from 12 to 15k on the auction house. Beetle jaws are just obscenely expensive. And I know for a fact that the items that I will be crafting out of those jaws is not gonna make my money back. Like, I know that I am basically just throwing all that gil in a fire, and like, even at its cheapest, like 12k a stack, that is too much gil to just throw away, right? Way too much gil to throw away. So, alright, yeah, well, while we're in Ordell's, we'll try to get some beetles, too. I think I think they're in my Mog House in the safe, but I already have some beetle jaws that I collected from the time that I was farming for my human racial gear in the caves. I did that farming beetles, because beetles drop keys. Unfortunately, beetle jaws are just kind of they are an uncommon drop. It's one of those things that pushes me to maybe, you know, level thief up to at least 45 so that I can farm low-level beetles with Treasure Hunter 2. It's one of those things that really pushes me in that direction. Alright, I got an instant warp, I got a warp cudgel. How many conquest points do I have? I haven't really been keeping track of that. I got 36,000 conquest points, and honestly, I don't really have a lot to buy with my conquest points. Like, I straight up bought my Kingdom Akaton off of somebody else, so I bought that for like 125,000 gil instead of conquest points. And that is the big conquest item right there. So I don't really have anything I have to spend my conquest points on. So why not spend all your conquest points on warp scrolls and scrolls of re-raise? I mean, honestly, that's probably the best use you could have. I think the issue is any other item that you might buy with conquest points, any like any of the equipment, right? You can just buy that from somebody else. I think there might be a few pieces that are like bind on equip, right? Or, you know, bind on buying, so you can't trade them. But I think for the most part, no, the items you can just, if somebody else wants to use their points, you can buy it off of them. And especially where I'm at in the game now, yeah, like, you earn conquest points at a fixed rate, right? Like, I can't earn conquest points any faster, but I'm fairly decent at earning a steady amount of gil. Not a ton, but I can earn a steady, good amount of gil regularly, right? Like, it's not an issue. So, between gil or points, gil is the more easy thing for me to deal in. At least that's the way I look at it. I look at which one I can make faster. Also, I wonder what race is the race gear right now. I don't think, yeah, there wouldn't be any conflicts even if it was human female again. Because I have all of my RSE pieces just on me. So, yeah, like, I don't think it would even let me get a magical pattern, I don't think. Funny thing about how that works, though. So when I was turning in the magic pattern over and over and over for my pieces, what I noticed is that it will only let you get pieces you don't have But that includes the gloves. So the gloves, the human gloves, I actually just bought those off of the auction house. I didn't quest for those, and it's because I initially didn't really have any plan of buying all of the racial gear. I wasn't planning on that. But what I noticed is that when I turned in the magic patterns, they would not allow me to turn in the pattern for the gloves. And when I got all the other pieces, the goblin told me, "Oh, I can't help you anymore. You've got everything." Now, that made me think about something. So, okay, so this is probably one of the reasons why the racial gear is, why it sells for so much on the auction house. But, well, okay. So if you have a piece, it won't let you get it again. If you have all the pieces, it won't give you the quest again. What if I just, what if I make an alt? Because these pieces are tradable, they're auction houseable. So what if I made an alt and I just transferred over like the gloves or the boots? The gloves and the boots are kind of they're the most valuable pieces of human racial gear. Like, they're the ones that sell for like 80,000 gil each. So what if I made an alt and I just traded over the gloves, right? And would that free me up? Like, if I went back to the Goblin Tailor, would he not acknowledge that I've gotten the gloves already and he'd let me do it again? Could I theoretically, and again, I say this because I never quested for the gloves in the first place. I bought them, but it seemed to count as if I had done the quest, right? So yeah, like, that makes me think that the only check is if you have the items in your inventory or not. And if you do, it's like you've done it, and I guess if you don't, then you haven't done it, or you need to do it. So yeah, could I just could I just unload the gloves onto like an alt and then just keep getting the pattern, keep going back and forth to the goblin, trading the gloves over, and then just auction house a stockpile of racial armor on the auction house? Is that a thing I can do? I mean, for the time invested, like, if you've got some treasure hunter, if you have an easy way to get to the caves and to Juno, honestly, for the time, it doesn't take an hour to do this. If you're efficient about it and a little lucky, it's something you can do in like 30 to 40 minutes, right? So for the time invested, it wouldn't be a bad source of gil, actually. Look at me, I'm thinking like a real proper Final Fantasy XI player. Just immediately thinking about how I can break the game to make a profit. That's the FF11 way right there. Alright, let's see. The Beast. I wonder if there's any people doing Eco Warrior in here right now. When I was doing my racial gear quest, like, I ran into people in Ordell's caves, like, massive groups of people doing Eco Warrior. I ran into them several times. At one point, they actually managed to crash the zone. There were so many people doing Eco Warrior at the same time. Which, man, they were so angry when they got back from crashing the zone. So many angry gamer words in the air. Alright, so yeah, getting a key in Ordell's, and getting a chest. Oh yeah, okay, mixed feelings on this. I would assume this is part of the all maps add-on that I have, right? But yeah, so this map right here that has all, like, these are the treasure chest locations and everything. Like, these more detailed maps that tell you, like, exactly where to go. If you look at the bottom, Vanadil Atlas, HTTP. Yeah, this is just straight up a map from the wiki. Like, that is a wiki map right there. I mean, it's super accurate. It's a good map, but, like, it's literally just a map from the wiki page, right? And I don't know how to feel about that. That's sort of, I mean, I get it. I'm using all maps, right? Because some of the maps in the game are a little, you know, a little iffy. But, I don't know that I like it using literal wiki maps, right? I feel like that should be a separate add-on, maybe. It is handy, right? Like, it just, boom, right there. It shows you exactly where the treasure chest locations are and everything. Like, yeah, no. That is totally convenient. I'll give it that. It just looks a little weird, you know? Alright, so look, another reason that I like having Thief on for stuff like this, it's not just that I want to have a better chance for a chest, you know, for a chest key. It's Flea, right? Like, we're gonna be doing a lot of back and forth in here, right? Like, we have to go to the enemies that drop the keys, and then we have to go to the chests, and we're gonna have to look all over the place for the chests. It's just gonna be a big ol' hassle, just a nightmare. I hate having too much UI on my screen. That's why I'm not using a minimap. That, and I like exploration. So I'm gonna be honest here, I hate minimaps in games. In general, I don't like maps in games. I don't like them when they track your character, right? And that's because I used to play games where half the fun was that, like, think about, like, really old open RPGs, right? Like, I don't know, the Ultima games or stuff like that. There was no map. Like, the only map you had was, like, a paper map that came in the box of the game. But it was really fun because you would make your own maps. You would, like, you know, you felt like an actual explorer / adventurer, right? Also, my MMO of choice back in the day was EverQuest, right? And you know what EverQuest, you know what old school EverQuest didn't have? Any form of map feature. Any. There is 0 maps in EverQuest. And those zones are, like, they're not like here. The zones in EverQuest are just massively open. Like, you can literally get lost in like, some of the big forest zones. But yeah, I guess for me, it's like, I'm cool with having a map. I don't need it, like, I don't need it to track me in real time. I feel like when you have a map like this, right, you have a coordinate system and you have a way to check your coordinates in game. Like, you can make that work to figure out where you are, and it's a fun little explorative element, right? Yeah, so for me, the reason I don't use minimaps is, 1, I like to actually explore, and 2, I just hate having user interface elements on my screen. The less UI on my screen, the better. Alright, so here we go. So this is where I need to be to get me some keys. Also, good morning, almost afternoon here. It's been a little quiet, I started the stream late, I know. It's a holiday, so I just slipped right on in. Oh man, 3 a.m., go to bed! Brush those teeth and get in bed! Man, I stayed up a little too late last night myself. The latest I usually stay up is maybe like 1 in the morning. And when I stay up to 1 in the morning, I feel terrible the day after. No, I'm not doing RSE. Oh, hey, triple attack, nice. What I'm doing is a quest. I am on a quest for the Cunning Earring, but I'm not doing it for that because I have Morian earrings. I'm doing it because it leads into another quest for an item that I do want. There's like a neck piece, the willpower something, and it lowers spell interruption rate by like 5%. I'm doing it for that. Also, because I seem to be on the cusp of an interesting quest here, so I'm following it now. I could just buy the neck piece from the auction house for like 50k. I am certainly good for it. However, if I can save 50k, do an interesting quest or two, hey, I'm all down for it. Yeah, okay, maybe it's a little bit of a pipe dream, but I kind of like the idea for certain enemies of farming them as a black mage / thief, right? Like, farming as a Beastmaster thief is pretty good, but for like certain enemies just don't farm good like this. Because, you know, my AoE, I have to build up TP to do my AoE. You know, it's a little awkward, right? Also, like elementals. It's mainly elementals, right? So elementals, even fighting the lowest level elementals as a physical class, it's just suffering. It's just pain. It takes me so long to kill enemies that have physical resistance. Not just elementals, some, you know, slimes and stuff like that too. So yeah, I figured it might be good to do those sorts of enemies as a black mage. And the main issue that I see would be getting interrupted, right? Like, you know, having your spells interrupted as a black mage is kind of killer, and even if you're way higher level than the enemy, I see interruption as an issue for farming. So, yeah, I don't know, I'm working on getting as many interrupt pieces as I can possibly get. I hear people talk about C, and I have no idea what that is. I assume, I don't know, what it's the opposite of sky? I don't know. But, like, I'm not even very ambitious in what I want to farm. It's just, well, yeah, like, when I kill elementals on Kufum Island or Baburamu or whatever, right? Like, low-level elementals, even as a 75, it takes forever. And it's really not that they it's not that they have that much HP. It's that, yeah, your attacks just don't do anything. Like, your attacks just don't do damage. That's the issue. Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm still pretty early in on Chains of Promathia. Like, I'm... let me check. What step am I on right now? I'm on 4-3. I am still on 4-3 of Promathia. So yeah, I guess I have quite a ways to go. Also, I need to do more missions in general, because now that I'm leveling up a second class, presumably to 75, my wardrobe is just full. There are things I could swap out temporarily, like, you know, I don't need every single piece of gear for every class I have all the time. Like, I don't need, like, level 20 Beastmaster gear Like, that doesn't have to be in there at all times, right? Like, I could most certainly just put stuff like that into my regular storage, and then whip it out when, you know, when I want to do level synced content and stuff like that, I guess. I could do some spring cleaning on the wardrobe, but, yeah, I would like more slots anyway. Like, no matter what, I want more slots. But the big one to get more slots, though, is the nation quest. Like, I'm on Sandoria 7 too, and yeah, if I do that, I would I'd get 10 more wardrobe slots. That'd be really nice. I would like 10 more wardrobe slots. Alright, so yeah, these things can potentially drop a key. Potentially. Also, I'd like it if they would drop some beetle jaws. I could really use some beetle jaws or 20. But yeah, I like my 75 Beastmaster, but I have realized that it is so hard to get into any content for anything. Like, whether it's the most casual of casual content, or it's like, you know, something a little more, it's so hard as a Beastmaster. Also, that guy's just been staring at that beetle for quite some time. So, just gonna kill it because I need it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the issue is just there's so many Beastmasters. But I think when I get, yeah, when I get Black Mage leveled up, maybe I'll be able to do more stuff, you know? Hopefully. Still considering whether or not I want to level up Red Mage too. I don't know about that. Like, I don't... Yeah, I don't know if I want to level Red Mage up more. I'm still not 100% on that. Yeah, it's, I mean, I think Beastmaster's always been good, it's just something that people overlooked. Like, even just normally, right? I think Beastmaster has always stood on its own. But the thing is that especially here, Beastmaster is so popular that yeah, I think the issue is just that, I mean, whenever I put my flag up, you know for a fact that there's like 20 other Beastmasters level 75 with their flag up too, and it's just sort of a roll of the dice on who's getting a party or not. So, alright, I'm trying to round all these goblins up, but come on, just line up with me. Oh god, yeah, right. I kind of forgot about that. Red Mage and its many gears. And the main thing is, I just wanted to have a healer leveled up to... Like, I like the idea of having all roles, at least one class, right? So, like, having a good DPS that I can hop onto, which I guess that would be Black Mage, right? Beastmaster is sort of an other. But yeah, like, you know, Black Mage could be a good DPS, Paladin, good tank, maybe White Mage as a good healer, and so, like, whatever is needed at whatever level range, I could just fill the slot. That's kind of, like, that is sort of an end game goal for me, right? Is whatever anyone needs, whether it's level 10 or level 75, if they need a role to fill a slot, and the party just isn't gonna get up off the ground without it, then I can fill that role, right? And I think the best way to do that would be, yeah, to level up a tank, a healer, and a DPS, right? Because okay, so for me, there is nothing more frustrating than being in a party, and it's a good party, right? But then it's like, oh, the white mage leaves, or the red, white mage, red mage, the healer leaves, and it's like, oh, we can't find another healer. Well, I guess the group's over. Or the paladin leaves, and it's like, oh, no tanks, guess it's over. So I would love to be able to just say, okay, you know what? I'll change roles, I'll tank, I'll heal, whatever, right? Like, I'll fill the spot, let's keep going. I would love to be able to do that. So if that's kind of my goal, then like, red mage is sort of a generalist, but it's not really, like, I think if my goal is to literally fill a spot, whatever that spot might be, to keep things moving, yeah, I think really just pure white mage, and then paladin, I think that's probably the way to do it, right? I haven't really seen that many warriors tanking, to be honest. Like every tank I've had in a party, if there's a dedicated tank, like literally, I've been in parties that have no dedicated tank, but if there is one, it's usually a paladin or a ninja. I haven't really seen any warrior tanks. Not dedicatedly. Like, I've seen warriors tank, and it's fine, but, like, they're not necessarily the dedicated tank, you know? It's one of those things where, like, aggro is just wherever it needs to be. I mean, as a thief, like, yeah, like, yeah, as a, just kind of move that enmity around as needed too. But yeah, I guess I've just never encountered parties that have a warrior that isn't a slash ninja and they're like the main tank, or a warrior tanking at all as the primary tank. It's more just the aggro's wherever it has to be, or there's a dedicated paladin, or ninja. God, I've killed everything and I don't have a key. Everything dead and I have nothing to show for it. and I also don't see a chest anywhere either. I've been looking for chests and I haven't seen a single one. So I guess back to the start. More beetles. So I kind of love the whole sneak attack, trick attack. Like it when you can pull it off good, it feels really good. And when people are willing to line up for your trick attack and sneak attack and all that, everything comes together and it feels great. However, man, like, because I did level Thief up to 37 here, and God, it feels bad when you have people that just refuse to stand behind the enemy. Or worse, they wiggle around, right? Like, this is something I've seen so much all the time, is, let's say someone is standing behind the enemy and everything. So, like, when you move into position behind them, they'll like move to the left or the right, right? Like they'll wiggle left or right, like they're adjusting, right? And then that throws everything off, and I miss. I think what it is that maybe on maybe on their screen it doesn't quite look lined up, and they think, oh, I'll help them by adjusting, but it's like, no, just like, I'm doing the adjusting, right? That's my job. You just stand still. But yeah, coordinating, I mean, you have to coordinate with a lot of jobs though, like Black Mage even, right? Like, if you want Black Mage to be really good, you got a Magic Burst, and that does require that everybody coordinates to Magic Burst, you know, to make a skill chain with a good element that I can work with that the enemy's weak to, you know, like that takes coordination. Also, oh no, Lily's brought the Raiders. The Vikings are back. Ooh, Beetlejaw. I'm looking for them Beetlejaws. Yeah, I started the stream late today, but hey, it's a holiday. It's Unity Day, which I love. Look, I had a discussion with the wife, like what food. We didn't really like plan any special food or anything. I made pancakes. I made white chocolate chip pancakes, but otherwise we didn't really plan like anything. But I'm like, okay, what food represents unity, right? And the kind of conclusion is like, I don't know, peanut butter cups, right? Chocolate and peanut butter together finally. We did have some good peanut butter cups though. We also happen to have those just around. But otherwise, yeah, just the pancakes. Which I have some butterscotch liquor, and I made whipped cream to go on top of the pancakes, which they're vanilla chocolate, white chocolate chip pancakes, and then I made some nice fluffy whipped cream to go on top, using the butterscotch liquor. Came out really good. That bottle of butterscotch, like it's all going directly into food. Oh, and here's the wife.
The wife promised the cat a liquid snack if she was still there.
I think she left.
Yeah. I didn't want to give it to her right after we fed her. Also, Monster Hunter is barring me from using my PC right now.
No. Oh. Well, they were very delicious pancakes, so like everything came out good this morning.
This man makes amazing pancakes and waffles and pasta sauce and burgers.
I need a new waffle iron, but what I want is like a nice deep Belgian waffle iron and a good one, but those, ooh man, they go up there in price. But I miss me some good Belgian waffles, which they're just deep waffles, but I don't know that there's anything particularly Belgian about them.
I did check that, because I was sure that it was just American waffles saying they were Belgian. No, these are actually a variety of Belgian waffle.
Yeah, I just know it is my favorite type of waffle, and I'd love to make them again, but I need a good iron.
I mean, we could try and get that this month, since this month is Halloween, and therefore...
Halloween waffles.
What do my mom and I do usually?
Well, I thought the crepes were kind of...
No, the waffles are faster.
True. Alright. Well, just farming away. I was hoping I'd get my key on the first run through here, but don't think that's gonna happen. Nah. I'm still wondering what that other guy that was just standing in a corner looking at where a beetle spawned. I don't know what he's doing exactly. Oh, wait, okay, I've never leveled up Monk. Monk is one of the classes I've never touched in this game, actually.
I think I see a fellow lobotomy cork player.
Huh?
That first word in that username that I can't pronounce, I think that comes straight from that game.
It sounds Lovecraftian to me.
The game is Lovecraftian, but it's also kind of just an SCP simulator. As in, you are the overseer of a containment facility. and have to do all the procedures to keep the contained anomalies from doing bullshit.
Yeah.
One of the reviews I saw was literally, bro, feels like an SCP simulator. Con feels like an SCP simulator.
Oh, wait, you get. I've seen the stroper chimes in here. Wait, you get. I didn't know they actually dropped anything good. I'm not super familiar with what everything drops in the game. Despite playing the game a lot, there's a lot of items in there. But archer rings, huh? I still didn't get a key, right? I gotta just double check. Okay, no keys, no keys. Okay, so they make sniper rings, which I think I've seen those, so alright. But okay, so like what does back to Monk, what does Monk do for something like Warrior exactly? Because again, Monk is actually like the one job in this game I've never leveled at all, never touched it. I mean, and then again, I'm thinking what would really benefit Warrior if you don't have Paladin or Ninja, like what would benefit it? Like on the more defensive end, and is not really a lot actually. I know boost. That's an offensive thing, which I guess that helps for aggro, right? Okay, so it has better. Okay, so Monk. Yeah, right. Monk does have good HP. That's true. So, all right, I can see what it adds. All right. Okay. Then I can see the advantages of it. The thing is, I've just never really played Monk. Yeah, look, I don't know what it is about Monk as a class in any game. I'm just not a fan of being the karate man, right? If I'm gonna be a physical class, I want to use a weapon of some kind. Like, I mean, I want a sword, right? A sword or a scythe or an axe or, you know, something like that. Oh, hey, I got an iron mask. I think that's the first time I've ever gotten like a. Well, I got the brass leggings. It's so rare that you get actual armor drops from goblins, like real armor, right? Not just shit armor. I kind of hate that everything comes back to Slash Ninja. I do kind of hate that. And look, I know I say that even when I go Black Mage, I use Slash Ninja, right? Because I love the idea of actually tanking the aggro I generate with my spells. Like, I love that idea. But that's just sort of a novelty to me, right? That's not. Like, I could go Slash Red Mage or whatever, you know, there's other things I could do that'd be about as useful, really, but. Or they'd be useful in a different way, but, I don't know, I do kind of hate the Slash Ninja meta. That said, oh hey, what is this? A sack of Galka fangs. Huh. What is this? I guess I might want to look into what that's for exactly. I'd assume a quest or something. Or maybe, wait, it's a place of meeting, Zulkheim. Is that a garrison item? I'd have to look into that one. But yeah, look, I don't know what is to be done about the slash ninja meta. I mean, really, what can you do, right? What can you do about that? I guess you could nerf ninja into oblivion, but I don't think that's the correct answer. See, I got around that, right? I got around playing ninja, right? Because I'm a Beastmaster, right? So I literally leveled ninja from 1 to 37 without partying a single time. I played it as a Beastmaster, basically. Like, I was a Beastmaster, really. But, yeah, I don't know. I think, rather than nerfing it into the ground, yeah, like, they did nerf it a little bit, but not enough, clearly. But no, I don't think that's the answer. I think, look at it a bit of a different way, right? Like, why do people use it? Like, what is missing from other combinations, right? And maybe add more utility to other combinations so that they are more desirable as an alternative, right? Kind of like, for me, so, like, okay, I will be honest, normally I wouldn't really use slash thief outside of farming, right? But for me, I love using slash thief as a Beastmaster in parties, even, right? And the reason is, well, I think it overall works pretty good, but what tips it over the edge into being actually really good is the triple attack. The fairly good chance to triple attack. Like, that makes a lot of things come together, right? That they added that on there. I think maybe every class needs something 37 and under that would kind of add desirability to them, right? Like add desirability to other classes. But I don't know. Yeah. Maybe ninja does need a little more nerfing. I don't know. I tend to... The way that I tend to look at balance in games is the nerf stick is the last resort, right? You go to the nerf stick when all other options are exhausted. Yeah, triple attack is level 30 for Thief now. So, like, from level 60 onwards, Thief makes a pretty damn good sub-job. Like, it combos so well with a two-handed weapon. Like, it actually makes Scythe a lot more viable, because when you are critical hitting, like, abnormally more than usual because of the Pilferer's Earring, right? Another good one, which I think they changed. I think the Pilferer's Earring used to just give, like, +2 dex. But yeah, here it gives a flat 3% critical rate, which, no, you notice that. So, but you only get that when you slash Thief, right? So, like, between little changes like that, yeah, like, Thief actually feels good, especially with a two-hander. Like, it makes certain combinations that maybe wouldn't really work or feel good before, it ties them together and makes them actually feel good. I think more needs to be done like that, right? Like, I think more things like that need to be done to up overall sub-job desirability, you know? So that people don't just immediately jump to ninja for everything, right? Man, I'm getting everything but what I need. I mean, I'm happy to get those beetle jaws. I do need those for crafting, but yeah, we're here. We're here for an Ordell's chest key. That's what we're here for. And then to get a quest item out of a chest. I guess let's go back down, right? Let's go. Yeah, go back down and see if there's some more things to kill. Yeah, Slash Thief, outside of just being a farming thing, like, without all these little changes to both, what the class gives and also some equipment changes that make it work a little better as a sub-job, without all that, yeah, like, Slash Thief, I mean, it does some things. It's not terrible, but, like, it's not really very desirable, compared to, well, just slap slash ninja on it and call it a day, right? So I think more little buffs. And the more I think about it, I think a way that they could really improve many things as sub jobs to make them more desirable is these latent effect items, right? Like, okay, actually take a look at a lot of the latent effect items. There's lots of latent effect earrings, belts, and various other items. And they're latent effect that relies on a sub-job, right? If you actually look at a lot of those items, they don't even make sense, right? Like there's like an avatar perpetuation belt, I think, if Summoner is your sub-job. And the thing is, if you're using Summoner as a sub-job, well, why... You don't use the avatars, really. If you do, you're just kind of popping them out maybe for a buff or something, right? But you're not keeping them out. They don't do anything at half level. Like, they're not going to be able to hit anything. But, like, okay, let's say, since usually if you're gonna sub Summoner, you're doing it for the extra MP regen. What if, let's change that avatar perpetuation belt, right? What if instead, if Summoner equals sub job, then your MP regeneration goes up by 1, right? That would make Summoner an incredible sub-job in many circumstances for mage classes, right? Like, with that item, with that belt. I think you could do the same thing for a lot of the sub-jobs in the game, right? Like, just change the latent effect items like they changed the Pilferer's earring, so now, yeah, like 3% crit rate, yeah, I want that, right? 2 dex, what would I do with that? But 3 crit rate. So, okay, like, do that, but for more items, and I think that would really help out a lot to kind of, to make other sub-jobs more desirable for various classes. Also, sorry, Linvala, I got a little carried away with my thought. I like to finish a thought before I jump back to chat. Otherwise, I tend to lose my place, right? Lose the bookmark. But yeah, I think the problem is a lot of the slash nin that I see, a lot of it doesn't even really make sense, right? Like in Beastmaster parties that I've been in here, everybody wants slash ninja, right? Go slash ninja, use 2 axes, and they seem to suggest to do that for damage. And yeah, axe is, good, but like your attack speed slows down relative. Like, it's not really that big of a damage boost. And me, I use a scythe anyway because it works better with slash thief. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, for damage, I mean, I feel like you could do better even for just more damage. And when it comes to tanking, well, I mean, slash thief actually works pretty good for aggro, because I can, like, I don't generate aggro for myself when I do my weapon skills, When I unload like 1,000 damage Vorpal Scythe, that aggro's going on somebody else, not me. So I don't, like, yeah, I never take aggro from the enemies in the first place. And everyone, like, not everyone needs to be a slash ninja. Like, maybe have 2 guys be slash ninja, but everybody doesn't need to be. And in a Beastmaster party, when it's really flowing, the pets pretty much take the aggro. Like, the Beastmaster shouldn't really be grabbing aggro all that much. So it's one of those things where, in that instance, for example, you really don't need everybody to slash ninja. You really don't. Yeah, which is nice. I still like my scythe better. Like, because like the thing is, right, I sort of switch between them, right? Like I have an axe and everything, but like I switch between axe and scythe, and honestly I generally find I like the scythe better. It depends what I'm fighting, if I really need the extra accuracy, but otherwise when it comes to like the triple hit that I get from Thief, triple hitting with triple hitting and often criticaling those triple hits, like that hits a hell of a lot harder with a two-handed weapon than a one-hander. Like with a one-hander, it's like, oh, that's nice. It's, you know, just getting those mosquito bites in, right? But like with a two-hander, it's like, and then you just drop 800 damage, and then you do it again, and then you weapon skill for 1,000, and yeah, that adds up pretty fast. But it's whatever still, right? Like I swap between weapons, but I think having two axes out, it doesn't matter that much compared to what you're losing, right? Like, with other sub-jobs, you might push more raw damage out. You can get maybe more utility, even. A great example in a Beastmaster party is, I've been in Beastmaster burn parties where there is no summoner or white mage tagging along. It's just all Beastmasters, and then one of them might be / white mage, and that's enough to keep the party healed. Like, I've done it before. I've been the / white mage, and so now you just have all Beastmasters all cranking out damage, and it goes faster than having, like, a caster along who's, you know, half AFK, right? Like, they're always half AFK. So, it's whatever to me, right? It's whatever. But I just feel like people get really caught up on the meta of it all to a fault, to the point where they're maybe actually playing worse, right? I mean, I'm level 75. Scythe works fine. I've been in merit parties using my scythe, and it works fine. Vorpal Scythe, okay, so my Vorpal Scythe, when, like, it has very variable damage, but, like, when a good lucky hit goes through, and it happens, like, it's not super infrequent, like, yeah, Vorpal Scythe can do 1,000 damage. I've never done that much damage with Rampage, and I have tried, alright? Like, I've tried, and no, my Rampage doesn't do that. And all my weapon skills are maxed. They're all maxed out. But also, when it comes to weapon skills, a really good weapon skill is Vorpal Scythe plus Rampage. Okay, here's the thing, right? Like, here's the thing. You know, you talk about, like, the Rampage to Mistral decimation. So every single Beastmaster party that I've ever been in, with, like, all, you know, / ninja axe users, you know what they do? Either A, they're just half AFK, and they're just sitting on, like, 3,000 TP doing nothing, they're not using Utsasemi. Like, literally, I was in a Boyata Tree party, and this happens frequently, where, like, they insist on / ninja, they're like, oh, you'll die without / ninja, and I don't take aggro because I can trick attack. And then guess what? Guess what happens? One of them gets aggro, they get uppercut, and they fucking die. Because they're half AFK, they're not even Utsasemiing, right? When it comes to weapon skills, well, Rampage is the big hitter, right? So everybody rampages, and they don't do a skill chain. That's what I mean, like, you're getting caught up on meta that doesn't happen. like that's not how people play this game. They turn their brain off, they zone out, and they're like zombies just auto-attacking. Half the time, if a second enemy joins the fight, literally, I've seen people just go from 1,000 health to 0 over the course of like a full minute, because they don't even realize there's another enemy there. Like, they're paying that little attention. So, whenever I see people, like, they're really, like, crunching and they're sweating hard, like, talking about all these metas, it's like, man, in the real world, you'll be lucky if your party isn't half brain dead, alright? My bro, you don't have to think that hard. Like, it's harsh, but that's kind of what I've realized playing the game, is that most parties are on autopilot 90% of the time. So, you know, I don't worry too hard when it comes to like the nuts and bolts of things. As long as I'm trying my best and I'm putting a good effort and I'm, you know, and things are going smooth. Like, it's not just DPS, but like, think about how many parties, like, at least for me, I've been in so many parties with, like, let's say you've got a white mage, and then the tank goes from full health to dead over the course of maybe multiple minutes, and the white mage is like, oh, sorry, I was watching Netflix, sorry, I'll get a raise for you, 1 sec. It's just sort of like, it's how a lot of people play this game. I used to really get sweaty about thinking, oh god, you know, my perfect class race gear I used to really, you know, but outside of very specific content where you kind of need to bring your A game, outside of that, which is that's where I am, right? Yeah, no, most people, they're not even gonna notice anything going on. You'll be lucky if they notice they're still alive or not. I don't know. Maybe I have really bad luck with parties. Then again, even parties where people are half paying attention, the EXP is usually still pretty good, as long as, you know, as long as nothing unexpected happens, because they're not paying that close of an attention. But as long as nothing unexpected happens, like, oh no, it's usually still fine, right? EXP goes just smooth still. It's kind of like here's a great example. Other things, right? So I've just started doing a couple of BCNMs, right? I never really did BCNMs before, so I've done a few of the low-level ones now. And every time I would go into one, I was really sweating hard, thinking about, okay, I have to have like high potions. I gotta have maybe some Yagudo drinks because I'm slash white maging, and like I'm really thinking hard about the optimal strategy so everything goes smoothly. And then we actually get in and like. And everything not only goes smoothly, but it's like, man, I didn't even need any of the stuff I brought. Like, I could have just come in naked. Wow, shit, this is easy. And that's the thing about this game, is that I think a lot of these stresses we kind of just put on ourselves, right? Like, we overthink. Also, I finally got my chest key, but I'm gonna kill that Stroper anyway. I want to kill that Stroper. Sometimes it's good to overthink, because sometimes, you know, you really do want to be prepared for whatever could go wrong, right? But then, yeah, then a lot of the times it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, so I have to be on the lookout for some chests, alright? I have the key, and now I need the chest. Yeah, yeah, with level 10 gear at level 25. I mean, look, I've been guilty of that, but the thing is usually I'm playing as a class that it doesn't matter that much. Like if you're if you're a white mage in Valkurm Dunes, right? Level 15 party. Hell, a level 20 party. You don't really need, like, you can wear level 1 gear. Right, as long as you watch your aggro and all that, it's fine. No, I'm just here. I'm doing a quest. I am on a quest. So let's see. I think, do I have the quest in my log? I think it's one that should show up, right? Yeah, I'm on Signed in Blood. I got the Cathedral Tapestry. Now I'm getting a piece of paper for the mayor of Selbina now. The thing is, I've actually not done many of the quests in this game. Like, I really haven't done a lot of quests in this game. I really haven't. So I'm kind of slowing down and doing things that I never done before. Also, I do want the rewards too. I want the reward for the next quest. But also I just want to do quests because I hadn't been doing them. I mean, I've been down in Ordell's before because for the RSE, which I will admit I just bought the F gloves, but those are like even at 75. Okay, even at 75, those are kind of the best strength and dex gloves that I could find. Like even at 75. I think to do better than this, I'd really have to either spend an ass load of money or get really active in the end game raid scene, I suppose. But for me, like, nah, three strength, 3 dex, I'll take it. I do have all the RSC though. That's because I've been leveling up Black Mage, which I got to 37 yesterday. I'm thinking to take Black Mage all the way up to 75. I really like how Black Mage plays. But the RSE, I'm tempted to wear the pants because they have 32 MP, but instead I'm going for int, right? I'm trying to maximize my int, so that the spells I do cast, they actually land. And the human boots, they give +3 int, which is actually, like, that's actually the best int gear for that slot that I can find. Probably for a very long time, too. The human racial gear is actually pretty good. I mean, hell, any of the racial gear is good as just sort of a generic level 30-ish set of equipment, right? Like if you're in the 30 range, leveling up a class, it works, right? You could just wear your racial gear and it's fine. Maybe not for a tank. I think a tank you might want a little harder than that, but anything that's not tanking, you could just wear that. It's a universal set of gear. But for humans at least, if you mix and match, there'd be some good stats on that gear for any class. Alright, so I gotta look around for a chest. I mean, I already looked at this room previously. I didn't look again. I might regret that. But I'm gonna go back up to the next floor. Yeah, I'm gonna go back up to the next floor and then drop down over here and see if there's any chests there. If not, we're gonna have to drop down a couple of holes, alright? Yeah, it's kind of what I love about this game, is that even at max level, there are times where you might want to use certain pieces of low-level gear. I kind of love that. And I will admit I'm fairly fresh to the whole idea of gear swapping. I'm not a huge fan of it, honestly. Like, if I'm being honest, I would prefer to just have a set of gear that I really like and maybe keep other sets of gear in storage for certain situations, but that's how I'd rather do it. But I am getting a little more comfortable with at least minimal gear swapping. I know that with Black Mage, I'm pretty much going to want to write into every one of my damage spells. Like, I'm going to want to write in a line that says, like, switch to elemental staff for that spell. I know I'll have to do that. That's honestly not too bad, but literally changing out all your armor, that's that's a bit much for me in combat. Like, as a Beastmaster, all I have is, I have a damage set and a charm set macro, right? So I switch between those two depending on if I'm interacting with pets or I'm doing damage, but I don't really get any more complicated than that. I mean, I could see. I know there's third-party tools to make it better, but I don't know. I hate. I honestly, I'm not a huge fan of all the plugins and add-ons and stuff. I use some that I kind of need, but I sort of hate it. But for me, it's just it feels weird, right? Like it feels very strange, and I can't really come up with any like in-character reason or logic or even how the fuck it would work. Like how does it work exactly that in the middle of combat I just change my pants, right? Like how does that work exactly? Like between swinging my weapon, how does my character remove their clothing and put on a new set of clothing? Exactly. Explain that one to me in detail. And that's like, look, I know, right? I'm one of those gamers that cares about immersion. And something like changing your equipment mid-battle, it kind of breaks immersion. So that is a me problem. I get it, but I have that problem. I can't help it. It's magic. Oh, we're going with like Final Fantasy X-2 logic then. We're just magically changing our clothing, you know. For it's very performative. I mean, I guess. I guess I don't need to fight anything. I'm just looking for some beetle jaws, maybe, right? Just looking for some. Yeah, there we go. I need it for my bone craft. So yeah, I don't know. Look, the equipment swapping, it doesn't sit good with me, but I am willing to do it to an extent, right? I'm willing to do it to an extent. Because hey, I do like, you know, as a Beastmaster, yeah, I like switching to the charm set when I need to charm, right? That's handy. I can get behind that. Or, you know, changing elemental staffs, I can even, you know, that's fine. I just keep it to a minimum, you know, minimum practical efficiency, that's all. Alright, so let's see. Okay, nothing down here. Oh yeah, yeah, FF14's glamour prisms. They got rid of those. Now it's just like it's like a template that you can just like you can build costume templates and then just apply them instantly. Which is that's a better way to do it. Straight up better. But I guess this game does have style lock. I mean, I'm style locked right now, right? You know, this isn't what I'm actually wearing. And actually that makes the game a lot more playable to me. So like both my armor and my weapon are style locked. So no matter what scythe I'm using, I get this nice golden scythe. And no matter my armor, I'm always wearing this. And I mean, yeah, if I change my weapon to an axe, then it refreshes. But otherwise, as long as you're staying in the same weapon type, then it, like, your character doesn't blink. That's one of the things that really annoyed me about the swaps is it makes your character blink. Like, you go invisible for a second, for like a full second, and I hate that. But with style lock, yeah, when I change my armor, nothing blinks. If I'm changing, like, yeah, like as a black mage, when I get to the point where I need to change staffs out, as long as I'm equipping staffs and I'm not changing to like a one-hander, then I won't blink. Like, it'll just keep showing one staff the whole time. So that really goes a long way to make it more acceptable to me that I'm doing this. It's more like I'm just redistributing my stats, basically. That makes the game a ton more playable with all the gear swapping, right? Like on servers that don't have that, I literally can't do it. Like I need to be able to style lock so my character isn't blinking in and out of reality. You know? I need to do that. Alright, so there were no chests over here, so to be fair, it has been a little while since I did a sweep for chests, right? So, okay, I'm gonna go back up here. I'm gonna check for the one upstairs. Gonna check here. If it's not there, then it would. Okay, so I think the only other place it could be is like this AC combo, right? That area. I think C leads to another place with chests, I think. So I'd kind of have to see how to get there exactly. That is if there's no chest around where I'm at. God, treasure chest hunting. I like it, but it can be a little frustrating just because you're backtracking a lot. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, see, so C, right? So C, so I think A, right? A goes out to the other area, then you come out to C. There's like 4 more chest spots, so if the chest isn't on this side, then I'm gonna have to go, I think I'm gonna have to work my way all the way back to the entrance of the zone, and then from there go east instead of west. And I think that'll take me to the other area with chests. I think. And, you know, I have to hope to God that nobody attempts to open a treasure chest before I get there, because then that might make it teleport around, right? At the very least, I don't have to worry about the 30-minute timer. At the very least. And I'm still not sure how to feel about that 30-minute timer, alright? I think I'd feel better about it if it was a, if it was like a character-specific timer, right? Like if it was, each individual player can only open a treasure chest every 30 minutes, I'd be fine with that. But I think the problem for me is that it's a shared global timer, so if some other dude opens a treasure chest, well, now I can't open one for 30 minutes. Great. Like I'm very mixed feelings on. I can kind of get why I can get why it is the way it is, but I don't have to like it, right? And morning, VGFX. Good morning. Well, afternoon for me now. It is now after the noon. Okay, so yeah, I gotta. All right, so there's no chests down here, so I think yeah, I have to go all the way back to the beginning, and then go east. I think. Well, this is why I slash thief. God, I need to level up Bard just for the. They've got like a speed song, right? I need to level up Bard literally just so that I can go a little bit faster and. Or wait, no, the speed song doesn't work in dungeons actually, right? It only works out in the open, I think. So even that wouldn't help me. Shit. Shit. I'm trying to think how long it did take, actually. How many streams in are we? I think I made this character back in... When did I make this character? I've only been on Horizon for a few months. So, like, I haven't been on Horizon that long. I do want to say I've been on there for, like, over half a year, but, like... It didn't take that long, and honestly, I was going a lot slower than I could. The thing is that soloing in general doesn't really feel too bad here. They apparently they use a different EXP formula here that like super easy enemies give way more EXP than they normally would. Like it feels much faster to kill low-level enemies to solo, for instance. So even soloing, I could. Even into the level 60s, I could clear a single level a day solo, right? Like, I could, and not taking all day either, but like in one evening, for instance, yeah, I could totally clear like one full level all the way into like the early 60s. Then it slowed down a bit too much, but in the much lower levels, like up to 50, I want to say, I could solo multiple levels in a day easily. But even in the 70s, in a good party, I could still clear a full level in a day, even at like all the way up to 75. It's just you have to get into a good party for that. But if you can get into a good party as a Beastmaster, which Beastmaster burns are incredibly common on this server, if you get into a good Beastmaster party, even in the 70s, you can clear a full level in a day, and like up to the 60s, you can clear multiple levels in a day in a good Beastmaster party. Honestly, you can probably max out Beastmaster in just a few months with fairly casual play. And I do play the game a lot, but I consider myself a casual player in the sense that I don't spend all of my time just kind of singularly grinding to a purpose, right? Like a lot of the times that I play this game, I might be logged in for hours, but I'm like I'm fishing, right? I'm just going fishing, or I'm crafting, or I'm questing, or I'm not just grinding the whole time, right? Or I'm not grinding levels anyway. So yeah, I think leveling anything to 75 isn't that terrible here. But Beastmaster especially, because you can solo good. Yeah, not too bad. Ah, welcome back, Lily. I'm still hunting down a treasure chest. I still can't find one. I'm having all the difficulties with treasure. And yeah, I'd imagine they probably use the more modern scaling. I mean, leveling up isn't fast, it's not... It's not like enemies explode in loot and EXP pinatas. It's just, I do feel like the general grind is it's much more tolerable here, but it's still very slow. It still feels like, yeah, you really put the time and the work in, right? It still feels rewarding because it's slow. But I think it's, if you're a person that enjoys having a life beyond Final Fantasy XI, I think it feels a lot better. Well, the fortunate thing is that as long as you use a key, you won't get a mimic. Yeah, I think you only get mimics if you try to force the chest open as a thief. Which I've never done. I've never forced a treasure chest open. I think especially here that there isn't really much point to that. Like the whole point of like lockpicking is that, hey, you can just, no farming for keys, just crack that thing open. But yeah, here you have a 30-minute timer, right? So, while you have to wait, you might as well just farm up a key, right? Might as well while you're waiting. So I will say the whole 30-minute timer thing, it's kind of... I feel like it's made lockpicking a lot less valuable. I guess the idea, though, is that you don't have to farm the key, but... I mean, you've got to wait 30 minutes, so, I mean, what else are you gonna do in 30 minutes, right? You might as well. Oh, huh. I don't remember that wait time in retail. But then, you know what? Then again, I'm not sure I ever actually opened a treasure chest on retail. Like, back in the day. Because, everything was camped all the time forever. So... So yeah, I guess I guess I just never really encountered one. Alright, so, man, this cave maze. So, okay, so I go down here, and then I go southwest, and I think that'll pop me out into a place where I can get a chest, I think? Maybe? I hope? I don't know. But wait, like, I'm trying to think where I'm going right now. I sort of lost track of where... I have sort of lost track of, like, where'd I come from? Where'd I go? I don't know. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just remember, God, everything, like... Say what you will about private servers having a low population where it can be hard to get things done, but the truth of the matter is that on retail back in the day, like when the game was at its peak popularity, yeah, like literally every single enemy in the game was camped all the time. You know, it was almost so bad that in the newbie zones outside of towns, there was practically a line to go kill a rabbit, right? Like, it was almost that bad. So, I think that's honestly a lot of the reason why people didn't play Beastmaster back in the days, because, you know, like, literally everything was camped. The idea of going solo and then having to compete against all of the groups and possibly other people trying to solo, like, it was... That wasn't really a very good prospect right there. And hey there, Burn. Hey there. Welcome to October month. I'm looking for chests. I'm looking for... hold up. That might... context, right? I'm looking for large, bountiful, bouncing treasure chests. Alright? Only the finest. Just stuffed full of loot. But I cannot find a single one. Now we're having a problem. If there's no chests here, then, well, what are my options? Yeah, so I looked all over here and I don't see a chest, right? Like, I'm not blind, right? There was no chest in the corner over here, right? Let me just double check, but I don't think there was. Yeah, no chest there. I think there's maybe one more a little deeper in. Oh man, zoning for those beastmen seals. Wait, is that a chest back there? Is that a... I do believe I have found one. Alright. Nice. It's, man, I'm so glad it's not at, like, the drop-off point up there. So, okay. Here we go, and I should get a key item. Yep. So, I got my torn-out pages. That is for, that's for the mayor of Selbina right there. Also, while I'm here, because, you know, man, I went through a lot to get here, I'm gonna kill these beetles because they might drop a jaw, right? I want my beetle jaws for bone crafting. But it seems like there will be no beetle jaws. Oh, also, Burn, I gotta think what I'm gonna do on the weekends. Maybe not this weekend, because I think it's a little early for the spooky stuff yet. But maybe next week. I gotta think what I want to do for, like, you know, spooky month weekend games, right? I gotta think, I don't really have a big plan. But there's something else I wanted to play this weekend. I have a... I have a plan. Also, I'm getting congested. Man, I hate how that still just creeps up on me. Oh yeah, yeah, Bad Mojo. I do want to play that one. Oh, I've never played the original Dead Rising, so there's gonna be decisions to make. I will have to make some choices next weekend. Alright, well, gonna pop my instant warp. Time to get the fuck out of this cave. Very slowly get out. There we go. Oh, a multi-sided coin. What do they call those? Possibly something with numbers on the sides, but but man, I wish somebody would invent one of those. Man. Alright, I was gonna go back and check on my Moogle, but I don't need to. I mean, do I want to change? I'm thinking if I want to change my sub job out, actually. I mean, I don't really need Thief right now, but hey, you know what I could do? I can change my sub job in Selbina, and I can flee to Selbina, so I can make use of this. Oh yeah, I did find some loot in there. I don't know, is any of that worth anything? Let's find out. I got a stack of Marlboro Vine. 6K. Yeah, I'll take it. Undercut. Do insect wings sell? No, they don't. No, goodness, no, they don't. The sheep leather, though, that's, I can get a little something for that. And then I found some armor pieces, but I don't know. Maybe 3K, maybe not. I'll see how much an NPC will buy them for, because I don't like to clutter up my auction house. But I guess I might as well, while we're just kind of going to Selbina, I might as well say what I wanted to do this weekend. I really want to revisit Starflight 2. I think it's the time, too, since, you know, the last time I played Starflight, any of them, I played it back, like, you know, with the No Man's Sky memes, right? Like, hey, they made No Man's Sky already, back in 1986. I like it better. Then No Man's Sky got good, right? And, okay, well, I don't know. Starfield is a little more mixed reaction, but hey, good timing, right? They came out with Starfield in 1986. So yeah, I want to play Starflight again. But this time I'd like to actually try and make progress with it, but also kind of get into it, right? I want to really get into it this weekend. Because it is a good game. It's a very good game. But I think what I usually ended up doing was just sort of randoming around the galaxy, visiting planets and stuff, and not really knowing what I should be doing or why, and I want to pay a little more attention to the clues and try to get somewhere, but also just immerse in the game a little bit more, you know, really get into it. Not just a brief visit, but like, okay, we're gonna try and actually do this. Alright, so almost back to Selbina. Wait, oh. Pokemon horror ROM hacks. Well, I guess that Lavender Town, right? Just make the whole game that. Alright, so I gotta see the mayor, but also I need to change my sub-job out, so... The sub-job part is right over here, so I'm gonna do that, hit the mayor, and then just warp out and make my way to Sandoria. Also, I want to hit the shop, too. Alright, so how much can I get for the items I found from the goblins? I don't know. Okay, the pants are a little less, but I don't know. It's trash loot to me. Now, these shells, if I had a full stack of them, that might be worth something. But this is only, it's a half stack, and I'm not really gonna farm beetles for a while. I don't know, maybe I'll farm beetles again soon. I do need beetle jaws. I don't know. I'll hold on to it. I guess I'll hold on to it. I still don't know what the Galka Fang sack is for. I'll check it later. Alright, so change job, support job, black mage, so free warp. Also, I need to remember to buy another warp scroll. I gotta remember to do that. I keep looking because I think maybe my stuff sold, maybe this time, but not yet. Not yet. I put some fish up for sale before I started the stream. Okay, anything I need out of my wardrobe? I don't think so. I think I'm good. The items I have on me, I'm just gonna keep them on me. And I would say I should probably stick with /Black Mage for a while, because for the quests that we're gonna be doing, we're gonna have to teleport around a lot. There's gonna be lots of back and forth between Sandoria and other places, so yeah, warping without paying for it every time would be a good idea. Oh man, I completely forgot that there was a Winnie the Pooh horror movie. I kind of forgot about that. And that's like it's because Winnie the Pooh it's public domain now, right? Or at least some of the characters. I think some of the characters, for various reasons, are not public domain just yet. Alright, so oh look, I like this. Hey, I hear about you a lot. People say you do much for Selbina. My reputation precedes me, but I just need to go straight back to the mayor. Ah, the teleport quests. I got my 3 done. I mean, if you're over leveled, it's not bad. But hell, even at level, you're a white mage. You can sneak, right? You can sneak and invis yourself. What do you got to worry about? The first 3 don't require you to fight anything, as far as I remember. I think you just have to like go to a place and touch a thing, and that's pretty much all you got to do. The hard one is like it's when they want you to farm an item, like the El Shimo marble, right? That's when the sweating begins. But yeah, no, the first 3 are fine. Those are fine. I have the first 3 teleports. So, all right. Quest time. I found the pages. These are the missing pages. Where did you find them? They were left inside Ordell's caves. If somebody left these pages on purpose, then we have a duty to read them. Seems that Enid didn't throw them away after all. Huh. If I'm gonna read these pages, then I should tell you where to find Lady Lafine? Fair enough. As did the great Gwynam Ironheart, Lady Lafine passed away many years ago. However, her son, Lovrance. Oh hey, we know him from the main missions. He grew up to become a fine young man. Last I heard, he joined the Royal Knights of Sandoria. I haven't seen him visit his mother's grave lately, though. Has something happened to him, I wonder? Oh. Speaking of which, there's another thing that's been bugging me. Earlier, I had another visitor looking for Lovrance. It was a young Hume lady. Made some mention of a Tarafont's band? In any case, she left Selbina after discovering Lady Lafine was no longer with us. Is that all you wanted to know? If you don't mind, I'll get to reading these pages you retrieved. Alright. Is there more to that, or...? Huh. I hope that map's been useful. Did he give me a map? Okay, let me double check the wiki then. What am I doing exactly? What am I doing right now? Okay. So I need to go back to Sobane in Sandoria. Alright. Well, take me home. But you kind of notice how quests flow in this game, especially the side quests. Like, he told me a lot there, but none of it was really particularly relevant or useful. And nothing really pointed me in what direction I should go next, you know? And that's kind of how a lot of the quests in this game go. They drop lots of useless but interesting information, and then they just kind of leave you hanging there. And you just have to, I guess, exhaust all possibilities in the world until you find the next step of the quest, right? Like, if you didn't have a wiki. I don't think it's too hard to see why I never really did many quests in this game back in the day. Alright, so to the Ronfar. And I have to decide if I want to walk back to town or if I want to teleport back to town. I think I'm going to teleport just because I want another warp scroll, right? So I need to hang by the gate guard anyway. Alright, so teleport with guilt. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to get my end goal is a necklace from the next quest in the chain that gives a 5% reduction to spell interruption rate. I'm kind of trying to build an anti-spell interruption set for my black mage, and it's really something that I wouldn't use very often. I think the only time I'd really use that is when I'm farming lower level enemies, and I like imagine that you pull like 20 enemies onto you, and yeah, they can't really hurt you, but you know, they're getting hits in every now and then that are interrupting your spell casting. So yeah, I'm trying to build an anti-interrupt set. We'll see how that actually plays out, but I figure it would be handy to have, right? It'd be a good idea to have that sort of thing. Alright, another instant warp. I should probably take a scroll of re-raise. Honestly, it really doesn't hurt to have a scroll of re-raise at all times. Like, you never know, right? You never know when you're gonna be in a party and things start going south. And you might, you might want to have that re-raise ready. Yeah, the first quest gives an int earring, which is unfortunately a little late for me. Like, it's a level 29 1 int earring, and I have Morian earrings, so little late for me on that one. But the next item I definitely want. the Saw... Man, the Saw video games. You know, the Morion, they weren't that expensive. I'm trying to remember how much I paid for each one. I think they were like 20... I think they were like a little over 20k each, I think. I don't think they were that expensive. Because I do generally refrain from just dropping large sums of gil on singular items. But I don't think they were crazy expensive. And they give a good effect, right? 1 int, 3 or 4 MP. Like, that's good. I mean, I could take a quick look how much they are now, but I don't know, for a black mage, right? For a black mage, I feel like, yeah, I feel like, you know, +1 int, 4 MP earrings, that's about as good as I can do at that level range, I think. I'm kind of curious now to see, like, what they are actually at, but I'll check that after I get my earring, and I'm thinking if the earring is tradable and all that, I mean, I literally don't need it. I have no use for it, so I would just sell it, right? So right now, Black Mage is right at sub-job level. I've gotten it up to 37, but I definitely want to take it higher. See, I was wondering what my next class was gonna be, and I thought for sure it was gonna be Red Mage, but honestly, I don't... Like, the more that I really think about it, I don't think that the way Red Mage actually plays in this game, I don't think it's really what I want. So for me, if my goal is just kind of to have one of every role so that I can swap as needed, yeah, I think just go White Mage, right? Just 75 Black Mage, White Mage, and then Paladin, right? I think that for how I want to, like, what my goal is, to be able to just switch out whatever people need, yeah, that's probably the way to go. Don't really need Red Mage in there. And hey there, Anuvix. Alright, quest time! And then on to the next part of the chain. God, I hate elf names. Atarafont's band. That is a frightening name indeed. That despicable group of brigands terrorized the length and breadth of the Quan continent when I was a child. They would prowl the trade routes between Sandoria, Bastok, Juno, and Tavnasia, and attack any merchants they came across. They showed no mercy to man, woman, or child, and used the goods and information they obtained to threaten and blackmail others. They were far worse than a mere gang of thieves. But near the end of the Great War, their leader, Atarafont, was finally caught by bounty hunters. Atarafont was brought here to Sandoria and executed soon after. I feel it's no coincidence they just, you know, we're looking at the butcher's knife here and the remaining members of the band scattered to the corners of Vanadil and are still in hiding to this day. Could it be possible that Count Tulame has employed members of Atarafont's band, and these villains are searching for Lady Lafine's son, Louvrance? Things are far worse than I feared. Hearing of the involvement of Atarafont's band fills me with dread. Here's your reward. I beg of you, adventurer, do not speak a word of this to anyone. Alright. I love how there's so much intrigue to this weird little mission, or quest. It's a random quest that I got by just breaking into this person's house and talking to them at random, right? And I kind of love that it's going as far as it is. Man, Dancer is a tank. I am curious just to see all the... Like, I have no experience with the classes that came out after sort of the initial run, right? Like, I'm not even familiar with the Treasures of Odd Urgen classes. So I am excited to see the other ones as they come out. So, okay, I got a cunning earring. Yeah, it's a nice earring for the level, but it's, yeah, a little late for me. So, next part of the chain. Okay, things are far worse. Hearing of the involved. Okay, stay on your guard, Doubleless. Do not speak a word. Oh, do I not get the next... Do I have to zone out? Yeah, because the next quest in the chain, yeah, it says to talk to Sobane again. I think maybe I have to zone out before I can talk to her again. Maybe. So, okay. Then, I guess I'll, like... I guess I'll zone out into the Ronfar real quick. I assume the issue is that I have to leave the zone and come back. I assume. I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna be excited when the next expansion drops, just because I've never seen any of that stuff. I played on Eden, but I never got high enough level to actually go there and really, you know, and see and do anything. So yeah, I'm just excited, you know, just to see it, right? But I think if any of the classes are going to interest me, I mean, Blue Mage, of course, right? Because, hey, Blue Mage was my favorite thing in FF14. But, I guess Blue Mage and, maybe even more so Puppet Master, because I do like a good pet class. And, a pet class that is neither Summoner nor Beastmaster, that interests me. Okay. So, yeah, I can't really do anything with this cunning earring. How much does it sell for? 18, 17, 12. It's a little unclear, but either way, I'll sell it. Hey, you need your earring. It's a little. I'm putting it up a little cheaper here. So okay. I mean, hey, it's a free 16K. The thing is that I have the Morian earrings. I don't need that anymore. But yeah, let me just check real quick. How much did I pay for my Morian earrings? I'm not really sure exactly. So I was gonna have a quick look through the auction house, if I can find it in here. There's so much junk in here, but if I can find it. Here we go, the Morian earring. Oh, there's a +1 version. I only have the regular version. Yeah, the regular version's only like 20K. Yeah, it's only around 20K. Not bad at all. The +1 version, which is very tempting, but let me guess, that costs a shitload of money. Yeah, 400K. Look, I want my Black Mage to be the best they can be, but the thing is, like, okay, yeah, I do get that both my rings and my earrings and like pretty much every item you could get the +1 version and you could squeeze that one extra point of int out of it, right? I get it. But the truth is you're gonna outlevel it eventually. Like, eventually you will outlevel it. And also, I find that my magic is as accurate as it needs to be. I'm not an elf. My intelligence is okay as it is. So if I just invest in good gear, not the best, but good, yeah, my spells land just fine. That's how I'm playing it. Well, so, okay, here's the thing, Lily. It depends entirely on a couple of factors. Like, if I was an elf, right? If I was an elf, my base intelligence would be lower. Like, I'd basically be playing at a bit of a handicap, right? And getting all +1 items, that would make up the handicap. And put me on the level of, like, just, you know, someone like me with more standard gear, right? Like, if you're kind of playing a race that's already at a disadvantage. But it's also just that magic accuracy, yeah, my magic accuracy is pretty good, but I do miss spells every now and then. And yeah, if like, one single +1 doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but like, most pieces of your gear, there's a +1 version. And, you know, let's say you have even 6 pieces of gear that all have that +1, well, that's 6 extra int in total. That is a significant difference to spell accuracy. So it's really more that all these things kind of add up, right? Like, it's not necessary. My spells land just fine, but it's like, hey, you could do better, right? Like, if you wanna be the most badass black mage you can be, then yeah, you'll want all of those +1s. And yeah, the thing is, when it comes to the money, like, that's why I don't do it, right? And I can afford it, but I still don't, because yeah, that's too much to drop. But I'll say this, right? Like, okay, maybe later on, right? Like, maybe, oh, hey, if I make an alt, right? Oh my god, you know, one of the things I would love to do is I would love to make an alt and do the journey again, but this time, like, since, let's say my main character here is just, like, I'm at a place where I want to be, I'm not really going to buy anything for myself anymore. At that point, I'd just be generating gil and it wouldn't be going anywhere, right? And I think it would be kind of fun to, yeah, make an alt and just get all the +1s, get all of the stupidly expensive gear that I could never have, and just steamroll through everything. Honestly, that would be kind of fun, right? So I think it's just one of those things that people go for that, they go the extra mile when they're at a point where they're not really doing much else with their gil, you know? Yeah, you can have 3 characters on your account, so I do, yeah, like, I'd totally make a character just to do everything over again, but do it better, right? I'd totally do that. And I think a lot of people would, too. So, alright. Let's get in there. Quest? Yeah, quest, okay. We had to leave and come back. Doubleus, your timing is most fortunate. My husband has something he wishes to discuss with you. Wait, there's someone else in the house? Oh, hey there. You are the adventurer who carries out my wife's request? She seems to hold you in high regard, but do you truly have the skills required to live up to that trust? You would do well not to sign an oath in blood so lightly. The blood oath signed by the families of Mistal and Ravamel served as evidence of their duel when the case was brought before the royal court. Both families were severely punished for their actions. This matter does not concern me personally. However, my wife's mother, who worked for the Revamel family, was accused of handing over that oath. My mother is innocent of this charge, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Ooh, hey, someone's doing right. Oh my god, hold up. 1 sec. Invite. But 1 sec. Cutscene. The timing on that, right? Alright. Okay, now, perhaps you see why Sobain is so adamant in her pursuit of the truth. Look, if I can get in on Sandoria 7-2, I want to get in on it. That's 10 wardrobe slots! Alright, let's see. Although I may be the head chef for the royal family, I am still not but a simple cook. I have no interest in raising knights and joining the noble family's struggle for power. Whatever underhanded deals were made or plans hatched, it is all in the past. Oh, nice! Man, this dude wants to do 8-1 and 8-2. I don't know if I have time for that. I don't want to stream too long, but, Because again, I'm trying to set a time at like 2 o'clock my time, right? But we'll maybe go a little over, depending on how long that takes. Alright, back to the quest here. Alright, there is nothing to be gained by staring at an empty plate once the food has been eaten. I understand what you wish to say, dearest. However, we must take responsibility for the future. Louvrance Mistal must be warned of the threat to his life. Even though you have never met the knight in question. As the chef for the Toulomé family tells it, the Count is facing threats from some unknown personage. For all we know, it could be this Louvrance you seek to protect. Count Toulomé would then be well justified in his effort to track him down. Louvrance was raised in the town of Selbina, and has received no formal knightly training. After reaching manhood, he traveled to Sandoria with great prospects of joining the Royal Knights. His decision to give up this chance does not speak highly of his character. But it would be a mistake to judge him based on those facts alone. That is why I would like you to confirm something for us, adventurer. Is the person threatening Count Toulomé really this Louvrance, or some other character who has strayed from the knightly path? Apparently, the Count has yet to respond to his tormentor. According to the chef, the criminal has said that he can be contacted through one of the Tonberries of Carpenter's Landing. That's all I know. I must return to my duties in the chateau. Sabine, be wary of strangers. Yes, dear. Man, this quest has so much plot going on. I love it. It's just some rando side quest. Like, it is just a random... It's just some random side quest. I love it. Alright, so 7-2. I've been looking for a group for Sandoria 7-2 for quite a while, actually. I have to make sure that I'm ready for it, right? So, you know, take a little visit to the old auction house, check the wiki and all that, make sure we are actually good to go for that. So let's see. I gotta make sure I'm also just on 7-2 as well. What do my missions say exactly? So Sandoria, I have no current missions. Alright, so yeah, I have no idea what to do. Also, yeah, making sure, yeah. Yeah. So, okay, let's see. What, so we're gonna have to kill fast, right? So what level is this? 75. Okay, so it looks like you gotta fight, like, 5 named monsters at the same time. Which, that'll go interestingly. But it doesn't seem to be level capped. Yeah, it seems like there's no level cap on this, right? So... Yeah, like here, I mean, a lot of the missions are level capped actually. Like a lot of the missions are level capped, but even the ones that aren't, I mean, you know, you could, like, this isn't level capped, but it's like level 68 enemies, so they're gonna fuck us up no matter what. Okay, so 6 level 68 mobs. I'm kind of wondering, like, yeah, I'm wondering if it would be better to just AoE them. Yeah, Yeah, like having the crab AoE and like I gotta think about strategy, I guess. Oh man, strategy. And I guess what would I go in with? I gotta think about that. And what sub-job to roll with. I mean, if damage... So, like, if damage is the goal, I mean, really, I should stay /thief, because I do the most damage that way. My gear is built for it, but, like, yeah, if I need to heal, then /white mage. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could take that. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I saw him for a second. Oh, I guess I missed him. Alright, so let's make sure I'm on the right part of the quest here. Okay, so I think I did this already, alright? I did that part already. So now I have to go back to the chateau. Okay, so I gotta head to the chateau, go towards F8. So, okay, yeah, I'm thinking about strategies here. So we're gonna try to duo this. So there's gonna be what, like 5 or 6 named monsters. I mean, let me see. There's 3 orcs and 2 war machines. So 5 enemies in total. They're level 68. So we have a level advantage. But they're still 68. They're still gonna hit really fucking hard. So yeah, I guess using the sheep to sleep. I mean that works. I guess, if sleep doesn't miss, that is. I'm really thinking. Like, I still feel like the thing is the crab can, like, the crab has an AoE that can quickly snap aggro onto it, and then you use Scissor Guard, and it takes like half damage from attacks. Between that and, you know, pumping it full of food, it can tank a large group of enemies for a while before it goes down. Like, that's the thing. People really love that goddamn sheep, but yeah, like, let's say that you use Sleep Go with the sheep, right? First off, I'm not even sure war machines, because 2 of the enemies we have to fight are machines. I don't even think you can sleep those. But even then, sleep can miss. You know, like, sleep can miss, and if it misses, well, now you're just fighting everything, and you don't have any aggro generation on anything but one target. Like the sleep, like, depending on the sheep's sleep song, that can go wrong in a lot of ways. But it could be the best option. It's one of those, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so we gotta go to F8. F8. Do I need to talk to Halver? No. And then, yeah, then there's the choice of sub and... Oh, man, yeah. So many ways to take it. So many ways. Okay, who am I talking to here? I'm talking to... it just says head to F8, you'll get a cutscene. Now, I do remember I got a cutscene up at the... Like over here, right? I remember getting a cutscene once. But that could be... That might have been for the last one? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. This is the problem with, kind of, you know, doing okay, yeah. This is the problem, though, with doing quests a little time in between. Alright. Story. Princess Clady. I've finished watering the flowers. Thank you very much, Lorima. You be getting pretty good at this, m'lady. Have to watch out, or I might be out of a job. Bye-bye. Away the child goes. That girl used to never come out of her room, but she's brightened up a bit since I started letting her help out in the garden. Yes, but nothing we can do will bring back her parents. Oh, well, damn, you just bring that up out of nowhere. As long as there is war and strife in Vanadil, there will always be little girls like Lorima. Your Highness. Ah, Doubleus! I called you here to thank you in person for bringing the Dream Rose. You are continuously putting forth your all for the good of the D'Oragia family? Elf names, French elf names. As for me, I have not the power to retrieve a single seed. The princess traveling to other lands? Think of your safety, Your Highness. What if Sandoria found herself in the same situation that Tavnasia did? What would become of me then? Would I just sit here and wait for the destruction of my kingdom? Your Highness! 20 years ago, the Beastmen concentrated their forces in Tavnasia, and then the explosion. Nothing was left. The Tavnasian Peninsula was ripped from the mainland and became an island. What was the purpose behind the Beastmen's actions? Can we truly let something so terrible happen again? I mean, they're doing fine over there. I've been there. What can I do? A princess locked up in a castle. I envy you, Doubleus. Your Highness, speak no more of such things. Here, take a look at the blooming flowers. You're right, Shalvatat. Doubleus, I apologize for my words. Please stay and enjoy the beauty of the Dream Roses. Aren't the Dream Roses like some kind of hallucinogenic flower? We kind of went on a bad trip with them once. Alright. Yay, the flowers. So, okay, the next step is to go back to the gate guard and get the actual mission. Okay. Alright. So is it bad? But I'll say this: I feel like the nation missions have kind of gotten better after the Shadow Lord, right? Like I feel like everything leading up to the Shadow Lord and all that. Like I kind of felt like everything leading up to the Shadow Lord was just kind of generic fantasy kingdom nonsense, which makes sense. This is Sandoria, right? That's kind of what you're in for when you go Sandoria. But I do feel like overall the scenes kind of heat up a little after. All right, yes, yeah, cutscening and preparing. But I do think that everything, I don't know, the Sandoria missions have gotten a little better since the Shadow Lord went down. I mean, I do remember some variety in at least the earlier missions, right? Like the earlier Bestock missions, I have done those, right? Like everything in rank 1 and 2, and I remember those are very different than the Sandoria ones. But I'd never done like the Bestock rank 3 and higher missions. But I feel like they gotta be at least a little different. Oh yeah, I've seen people shouting for help with rank 6, both 6-1 and 6-2. I soloed them, but I guess, you know, I'm a level 75 Beastmaster. I can do that, right? I guess some people, if they're not high enough level or just not confident, I guess they could have problems with that. But I found them really easy to solo. But I know that, like, you have to fight a Sabatender, right? And I guess the 1,000 Needles would... that would fuck most people up, right? But as a Beastmaster, the pet... Man, the pet has thousands of HP. The pet was fine. Okay, so we're on the secret weapon. Alright, so a party of Royal Knights stationed in Gelspa Outpost have reported strange activity by orcs deep within Yugot Grotto. From your report, we already know that the Beastmen have built a giant portal, but their motives remain unclear. It makes me shudder to think what those orcs are planning with that portal. Doubles, your next mission is to travel to Gelspa and continue your investigation into the orcs' activities. Alright. Be on your guard when traveling deep in the grotto. Losing an adventurer such as yourself would deal a great blow to all of Sandoria. I truly am the most precious treasure in all of Sandoria. Yeah, I think a lot of people just sort of stop with rank 5. Like, or you know, they get through rank 5. The Shadow Lord was really easy. That's because, you know, it's all like just level 50 stuff, right? And the fight itself was uncapped. But I think a lot of people just get that airship pass and never really go any higher. Which is kind of funny because I gotta be honest, I really don't ride the airship very often. Like, if you have all of the outpost teleports, right, that are near the starting cities, if you have all of those, it is actually much more efficient to just use that instead of the airship. Like, a lot more efficient. Yeah, the main reason I want to keep going higher is the wardrobe slots. Like, I want those wardrobe slots. You get 10 slots for just getting rank 7, or getting through rank 7. Also, he said to bring some regen food, which I'm not even sure what that would be exactly. Or regen drinks, right? What is a health regenerating drink? I don't even know. Oh man, that soft PvP. That soft PvP. Gotta get your claim in. Oh, okay. So let's see. I guess let me buy things I need to buy. So I already have sushi. That'll help me to hit things. Although I don't think I'll have a problem hitting enemies that are like 7 levels lower than me. I really shouldn't struggle with that. But I guess, it boosts the pet's accuracy, and it'll need that for its sheep song. So, okay, I mean, I could probably make my own regen drinks, but I guess we're in a bit of a time crunch, right? Like, we want to get to the thing, we don't want to spend too long on it. So, okay, the Pear Ole. Oh, yeah, regen +3 for 300 seconds. That ain't bad. It's only 500 gil. Like, that's nothing. So, okay, I feel like if the fight takes longer than 600 seconds, we're probably dead, so. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. As far as my... I guess I have the sheep pet, I have pet food, I think I have everything I'd need. So it's just a matter of sub-job choice, and I'm not really sure what I'd want to go in with. Like, he's going /ninja, that is the go-to, but oh god, I don't have Utsasemi Ni. I just remembered that, I don't have Utsasemi Ni, actually. I could get that real quick. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is undercut a lot, and I think a lot of it is just people crafting just to craft to level up. I do it too, right? Like when I'm crafting, like when I'm just churning out like 1,000 of something to level up, I'll undercut because I just want some of my money back, right? I just want any money back. I don't really care. Alright, so yeah, let's see. How expensive is Utsasemi ni? Oh, only yeah, only like maybe 15k. I don't know. You know, considering I just want to get thing and get in there, then yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, I don't know, like, I guess we need to deal damage, right? We need to deal that good damage, but also we need to have some self-defense, so yeah, I guess Ninja, in this particular instance, Ninja would be ideal, right? It gives you a little more damage, it gives you some self-defense. Like, I could go White Mage, and that would give me more self-defense, but it wouldn't really help me with my damage. It would lower my damage a little, because my stats would be worse. You know, Thief would give me really good damage, but it wouldn't do anything for my self-defense, really, you know? So yeah, I guess for this particular instance, going /ninja is the way. Or, I don't know, it's a possible way. I think the way that we're doing it, probably, yeah, this is, you know, probably this is for the best. And hey there, Sito. Hey there. I'm about to do big boss fights. Yeah, so yeah, thinking, yeah, what to change to. Yeah, it's like for yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I guess Nin for some, yeah. All right. Ah. I mean, I don't know, like /White Mage, like I can do that too. Like that, I have options here. That's the thing. I have options. Okay, okay. So, alright. So then, okay, then I just gotta kind of figure what I'm going in with here. So, okay, so they're all single target enemies. Alright, so I'm still thinking if like I still feel like the crab could totally just tank everything for a while with Scissor Guard. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I'm still not sure. Osito, the cut too deep for me. Alright, let's see. Let's go ahead and get my Shihai powder out. I think 31 should be enough for this. Okay, so Sleepka and then, okay. Alright. Yeah, I guess I'll stick to some tuna sushi then, I guess. Right? I'll pull two tuna sushi out. Got my pet food Zeta, that should be good enough for that. And then 5, yeah, I got 5 sheep pets. I still think the crab could be really useful here, but, I guess that's the way they want to take it, right? So, okay. Alright, well, since I'm using, to switch out to my different earring. And I guess, yeah, then if I'm slash ninja-ing, then I can dual wield some axes. I feel like the Barbaroi axe, even though it is lower level, I mean, it would make my pet more accurate, and that is pretty useful if we're really depending on those sheep to hit their mark, right? Like if we're really depending on it, then that's probably the way to go. Okay, so I think I'm good. I think. Also, about crossbow and bolts in a party as a thief, well, I mean, depends on what what they expect out of you. If you're literally just pulling, I mean, you could use a boomerang. But if they expect you to also, like, do debuffs with your bolts, then yeah, but they're not too expensive on this server. Also, if you just want to level up crossbow a bit, too, they made the change that any class can use the level 1 basic bolts. So you don't have to invest in the good stuff just to skill up. Which, that's nice. That's nice. Alright, get my Utsasemi knee in there. Alright. Well, now I have to change my macro out a little bit. So that's Utsasemi knee. And I have everything to cast that, right? Yeah, okay. I like that you have to, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you want to use a ranged weapon, if you want to use a bow, you have to, you have to put arrows in there, right? Like, I kind of hate games that just simplify down things like that, right? Like, because, okay, here's the logic, right? And there's a couple reasons. So one is ammo choice, right? Like, there's a lot of reasons you would choose to use certain ammo types at certain moments in time. You know, like, even if it's just simply for practical reasons, like, well, I can't afford to use better, so I'm gonna go with a cheaper arrow, right? But then there's different arrows with different effects, different damage rates, all that. Like, there's reasons to use different things. So, yeah, it adds a layer of options and gameplay, so I really like that. It's more in the planning process. And yeah, like, basic bolts are cheap as hell. Same goes for arrows. Like, the very basic stuff is super cheap. And oh yeah, acid bolts. Yeah, like, well, that's what I mean, right? Like, yeah, you get acid bolts. The thing is that, like, having ammo means that you get to make choices about what ammo you want to use and why. Also, it kind of helps to... It helps to add to the overall sort of interconnected feeling of everything. Like, hey, I need bolts, or I need arrows, I need good ones, which means I need someone to craft me those good ones, which means now I'm participating in the game's economy, which is part of the overall community, and like, everything ties together, you know? Yeah, well, the thing is, both things are true, Sito. Like, ranged weapons have a very high potential for damage. Like, at certain level ranges, ranged weapons, they do insane damage if you really invest in them, right? if you just use the cheap stuff, then your damage is just kind of meh to average. But if you invest in the good ammo, then you will outshine like a lot of other classes. So it's like you can go cheap and practical and get get very average to meh results. Or you can go the extra mile and really get into it and, just go all in and then, do crazy things. That's kind of true for most things in this game. Like as a black mage, I have basic I have basic intelligence gear. It's some of it is expensive, but not too expensive, right? But if I wanted to be the best black mage, I could instead of getting like a 20k plus 1 int earring, I could buy a 400,000 gil earring that only gives me 1 extra point of intelligence. But hey, that's 1 extra point of intelligence, right? That's kind of how this game rolls in general. But I like that. I like that I have choices to make. When and it's also just if a ranged another way to look at it, if a ranged weapon has no ammo, then what is really the difference between an archer and like a wizard? What's the difference, right? If they both if they are both ranged users and they don't use ammo or anything, they're both just pulling ranged projectiles out of their ass, essentially, just pulling it out of the ether. What's the difference between so to me, having ammo, it helps to solidify that no, this is a different thing than casting spells, right? Oh man, look at this. Two cats harvesting at the same time. Get that wood. I still don't have a set of harvesting gear. I still have no harvesting gear at all. I'm kind of like doing my double checks here, but I think I'm good. I think I'm more or less, more or less goods. Not sure if I want to roll with my Barbaroi axe or my Dark Steel axe. The Dark Steel axe would do more damage, but the Barbaroi gives me more strength, and it makes my pet more accurate too. So I think I'll go with that one. Yeah, I mean, well, mages can recover their MP for free. Well, about that. Okay, so I think as you all have watched me playing Black Mage in a party, my MP ain't free. Like, I am chugging pineapple juice when I'm playing Black Mage, right? Like, you've seen it. And I make my own pineapple juice, but it still costs money. And if I wasn't being cheap, I'd probably go for, either melon or Yagudo drinks, right? So, technically no. If you want to be good at it, no, MP ain't free for mages either. Like, if you want to be good at it. And yeah, I mean, here's like an archer type of character. Okay, so let's say, if you want to be good at it, it's going to cost money either way, but a functional difference is that the archer doesn't have to rest their arrows up. They just have to make sure they buy enough arrows to get the job done. Don't run out of arrows in a party. But, there are functional differences between the two there. But yeah, I don't know. I think my thing is that without systems like ammo and all that, and I mean, hell, some games don't even really have MP either, right? Like, no ammo, no MP, no nothing, just push buttons and things happen, right? Don't worry about it. That's kind of how FF14 operates. I know it has MP, but not really. Not really. They simplified that down. And they got rid of TP entirely. And of course there's no ammo or anything. But I think with a lot of games, the difference between a ranged physical and a ranged magical is it's almost non-existent. Like, they might as well be the same thing. And that's because they've simplified things to the point where those subtle differences are just gone. They've been simplified out of the game. And yeah, like, everything has its pros and cons. It's just what you... Well, that's the thing. You want pros and cons. What you don't want is for the game itself to be simplified so hard that there are no longer pros and cons. Everything is just the same now, right? Like, the wizard casts a fireball, the archer casts a flaming arrow, shoots a flaming arrow. Same difference, who gives a shit, right? Like, that's what I mean. You don't want that. That's the scenario that a lot of modern games are in, and that I don't like. Right? When you just throw your hands up and say, flaming arrow, fireball, same difference, that's the worst. It's not just the ranged versus magic thing, it's also just a lot of, like, the way that a lot of modern role-playing games go these days. Yeah, there tends to not be a whole lot of functional difference between anything. Because, you know, balance, right? Everything's got to be balanced. I don't know, I do feel like, you know, ranged classes that use arrows and stuff and need ammo for that, I do feel that they should be a little better just by default, just because they're, you know, they by default have to spend money and they have to make sure they have enough items on them. You know, that should be better, right? Like, you take mages in this game and, I mean, yeah, like a basic mage can, you know, they don't need to spend any money for their MP, but if you want to be good at it, if you don't want to be sitting down half the time, then it'll also cost you money, and then things even out, but they sort of have a better baseline to work with, right? But it's all pros and cons, and that's good, that's what you want. You want those you know, those benefits and drawbacks. That's the good place to be. Yeah, I guess nobody wants to spend to just be mid, right? And then you go ninja. Oh yeah, Lily. That's that is actually a thing here. Yeah, you have to take distance into account here. Oh yeah, that's another thing. A lot of games actually, that's something I don't even think about. But a lot of games don't take minimal distance into account. Like, I can't count the number of games I've played where, like, you can just as effectively, like, point blank shoot a bow and arrow, a crossbow, or a sniper rifle, depending on the game, right? You can just do that, like, right up in melee range, when really there's so many reasons why that shouldn't work out good. But yeah, in this game you have to be standing at the correct distance. Like, every ranged weapon has sort of it has a minimal effective range and a maximal effective range, and then it's got like a sweet spot zone, right? And getting in that nice sweet spot, that's what you want. but it makes you think a little more, and yeah, that's very rangery, right? That's very... I love that. And so many games do not factor that in. They just don't. Yeah, I think, like, originally, yeah, like, the way that Ranger played was originally, distance didn't matter, but the problem with that is yeah, you have, you'd have your Rangers kind of just in melee range building TP and then just going nuts, right? But I think the distance mechanic, that was a good one. Alright, so let's see. Guess I got everything I need. I got my tuna sushi, I have my regen drinks, I got my re-raise. And yeah, I mean, Lily, that's why, like, that, honestly, that's why I stopped playing FF14 and I went back to this, even though, you know, I played this back in the day, but I will admit, right, like, I had other games I played back then. I didn't play this game for that long back in the day. I'll admit it, right? I kind of liked EverQuest 2 better back then, but it was worth it to come back to it, because, yeah, I really, like, it's really all clicking now. I think it's clicking with me now more than it ever did, because, you know, I've played a lot of FF14, and I got so disillusioned with that. So I think, yeah, like, returning to this and just feeling how every class feels like its own thing, and it's just right. Like, I think that every class you play has a very strong identity, right? Ready to die! Let's see, are we going in, or... I clicked the thing. Okay, here we go. The secret weapon! I'm prepared. Oh, it's time for that boss music. Oh, there's dialogue. You got it yet? Me looking for it with Crystal Dowser. No find. Oh well, let's charge the ammo and attach to battle machine. If this worked in Great War, we no lose. Who there? Alright. Okay, it's orc battle time. Call beast. Alright, I gotta make sure that I have it. Hold up. Do I have a macro for sheep song? Do I have that? Let me check. I don't, but I think I can fire it off fairly okay. Let me just see. Yeah, so it'll be ready when I need it. So okay, he runs in with the sheep. I do first Sleepga. Okay, so he does that. Okay, and then I do the second one if needed. Alright. Sounds good. Alright, I got my drinks, I got my pet, yeah, let me put my pet food on my thing here. Okay, so when I want to use my pet food, I might want to switch out to my, my other set, but we'll see, Okay, so the targets, so after we do the war machines, then it's Paladin, Dragoon, Ranger. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, also, I just looking at chat before we start. Yeah, a dagger's fine now. They really buffed up Wasp Sting. Like it's a really good weapon skill now. It's Viper Bite levels of good now. Okay, so War Machines first. And you know, be ready to hit that pet command sheep song, not sheep charge, sheep song. All right. Oh, right, 1 hour. I don't really know how much that's gonna do, but all right. Oh god, this is gonna hurt, right? This is gonna hurt. Okay, looks like the first sheep song really went off good. Okay, I can do one lamb chop, that's okay. One lamb chop is fine. Oh god, there's only one enemy awake right now, right? Like, I don't want to use sheep song if there's only one guy awake. That feels like a waste. Okay, the other guys are waking up, so let me, sheep song. Okay, now, Paladin Man. Which one is that? I think that's this guy? Yeah, that's this guy. Okay. Oh, also, I'm noticing my, my health. My health! Pop that drink. I should have brought some high potions along. I should have done that. Honestly, this is a lot easier than I thought it would be. I gotta be honest. Yeah, much easier than I thought. So let's see, are we still saving up for a big sheep song? I don't know. Let's sheep song it anyway. Yeah, the sheep song is working out pretty well. Getting the job done. And I'm gonna be honest, I literally not a single charge of Utsasemi's gone. Not a single one. Like, I didn't need that. Rampage! Alright. Oh, I used one charge of Utsasemi. Yeah, really didn't need ninja for this. So yeah, I'm thinking slash thief next time for more damage. Yeah, if I help someone on this. Like, literally my Utsasemi, I'm not even using it. Yeah, I know, critical hubris. Oh wait, I'm not even using, I'm not using my pet's attacks. Right, let's do that. Because Lamb Chop, right? Rampage. So yeah, okay, let's talk, right? Now this dude, he was sweating it like, oh, you got a ninja, got a ninja now, and like, look, I used 1 charge of Utsasemi, I brought 2 drinks in, I didn't even need that, like, literally, I was not taking any damage. Ninja was not needed here. I could have come in here with no sub job and it would have been fine. I hated how people, like, that ninja hype, right? Alright. So, okay, what do we got here? Alright, and it's true. Yeah, I'm gonna say not enough time for that one. I got my 7-2, I'm good. Okay. The orcs are using the portal to gather energy and enhance the power of their weapons. Where did you come from? This may explain the explosion that led to the destruction of Tevnesia. Using the energy in it, in its unstable form, obviously has its consequences. So they're using portals as a sort of explosion mechanism. I apologize. My name is Idealk? I'm an adventurer like yourself. I am on a mission for Sandoria. From what it looks like, the orcs are also searching for Lightbringer, the sword. They seem to have some special way of locating it, if we don't find it before they do. Where'd you come from? Like, were all of these people just sort of like, you know, having a picnic on the sidelines? Alright, I applaud you for your resourcefulness. Pretty good for a mere adventurer. Who are you? The Orc's Crystal Dowser is a nice piece of equipment. I use it myself. It'd be a good idea to stop those orcs from using the magic portal. Who knows what would happen if you didn't. However, there is more to this than meets the eye. I wish you luck. And now I return to my home planet. Wait, why are you... Let us pray for the safety of us both. I hope to see you again soon. Man, I guess I'm returning to my home planet now. Okay. Yeah. So I got the Crystal Dowser. Okay. So now I need to go back to Sandoria. Man, is it bad that I'm so lazy I want to just teleport back to Juno and then... Is it bad? Yeah, I'm gonna warp to Juno and then I'm gonna teleport back to Sandoria because I'm too lazy to walk back down the mountain. But yeah, okay, so like that fight, it was fun and all that, and we did need to think tactically, right? Like we did need some way to distract the enemies and all that, right? Like it was a little easy, yep. So it was a little bit on the easy side, but we did still have to use some tactics and all of that, right? The thing is, like, it wasn't so hard that we had to, like, you know, we didn't have to, like, fine-tune every little detail, right? That was just kind of panic. But you see the issue that I have, right? Like, for every time things get a little difficult, people immediately jump to Slash Ninja. So, okay, let me ask this. What did I actually get out of Slash Ninja in that fight? Like, I mean, I'm using my secondary axe is mostly just for the stats, right? If I'd gone in as a Slash Thief, whether I used an axe or a scythe, I would have dealt more damage, because then my Pilferer's Earring would have kicked in, and, you know, I'd have more crit rate. I'd have better crit rate overall because more dexterity. I'd have sneak attack. I would have triple hit. Like I would have been, you know, hitting 3 times in a row several times over the course of that fight. So for damage, Thief would have been better. For survivability, I mean, White Mage, whatever, right? It would have been fine. We didn't need that anyway. The strategy that we employed did not need any form of support, defense, anything. It was a very pet-centric strategy. So yeah, like what did I get out of Ninja? Nothing. I used 1 shadow, right? 1 shadow got absorbed. So oh man, I might have taken like 50 damage. Whew. Whew, that's a dodge that one. I don't know. I can't help but feel this way every time someone pushes /ninja on me, and then it doesn't even get used, right? Like, it wasn't even necessary. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, the aggro was firmly on the pets. Like, the aggro was really firmly on our pets. Like, if the ranger 2-houred, it would have 2-houred one of the pets, and so what? The pet, like, these pets have, like, I swear they have like over 5,000 HP. I wouldn't be surprised if these pets have like 10,000 HP. They're good. They like literally you can get everyone's grudged for like 5,000 damage and the pets barely flinch, right? Like, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. That's what I mean, right? Like, if we had a different party setup, if we were employing a different strategy, then maybe, right? But the way that we were doing it, the strategy that we chose, yeah, sub-jobs don't really matter very much for that. Like, not really. I only have an issue because /ninja was kind of pushed on me there, right? That's the only time I take issue with that kind of thing. Yeah, like I guess safety for I mean it is really safe. There were multiple. It's kind of like bringing all the healing drinks and all that, which didn't use any of that. I was thinking to bring some high potions or something. Didn't need any of it. So I do get that it is multiple layers of safety, but at the same time, like, you know, live a little, right? Like, come on. Life's not safe. Mix it up. I guess maybe I go into this with a bit of a different approach, right? Like, whenever I join a party for anything, I just assume I'm probably gonna die, right? Like, I assume probably I'm gonna die. So I'm just ready for it. And with that in mind, just go nuts, right? Go, and often playing more offensively is the better tactic, because if you kill things faster, they don't have as much time alive to deal damage to you. That's kind of how that works. But you know, it's whatever. It is whatever there. All right, so let's see. Back to the gate guard. I guess, okay, like, so here's something I've seen, right? Something that I've seen in the past is for just regular EXP parties, right? Let's talk about safety versus speed. So, I've been in parties, usually low level, right? But, you know, I've been in parties where they have, like, 4 healers and 2 tanks and there's no DPS, right? And it's because they're like, we gotta be safe, right? We got, like, these things hit hard, we gotta be safe. So you'll get into weird situations where you have multiple healers, multiple tanks, and not much damage to go around, and fights take forever. And like, it's usually in the dunes, right? But you'll get situations where the party cannot kill the enemies, so the enemies stay alive, so they just keep cranking out damage. The healers run out of MP, the tanks start going down, and then their immediate thought is, well, clearly, we need more healing, right? Like, we don't have enough heals for this, and like they're trying really hard to go like, you know, hard safety, but it's kind of like doing a loop to the point where it is now unsafe, right? And I see that happen sometimes even in the higher levels in this game. Like, people are so concerned about not losing a few thousand EXP that they loop full around and get stupid with it, and like, no, just like, look, dude, I got, like, how much EXP I got? Alright, I got half a level's worth of EXP. I can die several times before I start caring. So, you know, like, get a little experimental, right? You know, try new things. Yeah, I guess part of the punishment is the run back as well, but I mean, even then, it's not that, like, especially for this one, it's really not that far. Especially in the high levels, you can get around fairly easily. It's not that bad to run back, but it's still, I feel that people are so unwilling to be even a little unsafe that it can slow things down, right? Like, I've had people who, they want to wait to build that optimal party, and they'll wait like 5 hours to do it, when they could have had a non-optimal party, but you would have gotten a level by now, right? Or and that's what I mean. Like, when you're so scared of loss and failure and walking back, when you're so terrified of that it's actually impacting, like, it's making you make worse decisions. That happens so much in this game, and I get it. You know, losing EXP sucks, walking back sucks, but if things go well, if you experiment and things go well, you might find a better way to do things, or you might find that you don't need to, like, you don't need to play with as much fear as you do, right? You might learn to loosen up a little bit. That's all I'm saying. So, all right, let me get my reward. Alright, it's hard to believe orcs have their hands on such dangerous equipment. More patrols will have to be sent out to prevent any new developments in their evil plans. And this crystal dowser, we'll have to analyze it and begin reproduction for our forces. We cannot let orcs get the treasure of the Dragon King before Sandoria does. Well, congratulations on completing your mission. Oh, do I know of an adventurer named Idealk? Never heard of him. But you need to worry about some... you need not worry about some petty traveler. You are in a different league. You are now rank 8. I'm just built different. Man, 60,000 gil. So I got 10 more wardrobe slots, so that's 10 more storage slots for my gear. And 60,000 gil. I will take that. I will happily take that. Man, yeah. All right. I mean, I'm almost up to 3 million now. Awesome. I'm still gonna fish a lot, but like, cool. 60,000 gil. That's like one trip to the fishing hole in Sea Serpent Grotto. But yeah, this is the thing. I do like punishments in games, you know. I like having to run back. I like having EXP loss and all that. I like it, but I will admit that it, like, some people, they really laser focus on the loss element when they don't even need to, right? Because I will admit, so okay, I had a fear, right? I had this initial fear that I would hit level 75, and I didn't know how level 75 worked, right? Like, I didn't know that it works like this. I was kind of under the impression that when you hit 75, you couldn't get EXP anymore, and it was just all merits. And so if you died even once, you de-level, right? For some reason, I was under that impression. So I was kind of like living terrified of like de-leveling, right? But the thing is, see, now that I'm 75, it's like, I can't level up anymore, but I can still get EXP. So I can literally just bank up 44,000 EXP, and even though I lose 4,400 when I die, I got 44,000, you know? I can die like, yeah, I can die 10 times before I de-level if I have a full EXP bar. And really, there's, you know, I need to fill that bar. There's no reason not to. But, like, yeah, you know, like, at 75, I basically have no real fear of dying, right? Like, so what if I lose a little EXP? I can't level up anyway. But even when you're not max level, like, well, when you're lower level, you should fear death even less. When you're lower level, you only lose, like, you know, 200, 400, 600 EXP, right? You lose so little EXP. It's so easy to get that back. I think that it's very easy to look at the loss and to really just to develop an irrational fear of it, right? And that, I think that's what leads to people really strictly following these metas that they know 100% for sure will work, right? And I think it's because they're just so afraid. they're terrified. They, like, if they don't do the meta, they might lose. There's a chance. And then they might lose a little EXP, and oh, can't have that. Again, I kinda get it, because I used to have a bit of that fear too, but I find that my playtime is much more enjoyable just letting go of that, and just going with the flow, right? Just having fun. Yeah, like the de-leveling at 75, though, it's just if you don't have a buffer, but there's no reason not to have a buffer, right? You might as well just get more EXP. But I used to care more about the meta. I used to, and a lot of the reason was because I used to care a lot about dying and de-leveling, but I learned something. Even if you de-level, as long as you can still wear your gear, right? Like, as long as it's not that much of a danger level, and even then you should keep your old gear. You should keep it until you're really out of that range, so that you don't have that problem. But, like, even if you de-level, it's really not that bad. You can get it back in it's not that hard, right? Even at high levels, it's not that hard. And at low levels, you can get your level back in just a few minutes. In the high levels, it'll take a little longer, but it's really not that bad. It's not like if you bought spells, you have to re-buy them, right? It's not like that. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, as a Beastmaster at 75, I get very few party invites. Like, I get really, really very few party invites. But the great thing is that as a Beastmaster, I can just solo wherever I want. And the EXP is not bad. Like, the EXP is really not bad. Also, Horizon has things like Eco Warrior. Once a week you can do Eco Warrior, and it's just a free 10,000 EXP, whatever class you want, right? So, I mean, you just get 10k free every week, right? Like, it's... like, you really shouldn't live in fear of EXP loss, especially not on Horizon. Like, yeah, it's there, and it sucks when it happens, but it's not something you have to just cower in fear, clinging to the meta for dear life, right? It's not... You can, you know, it's okay. You can stand up and walk forward. It's, have fun, you know? It's just that I see it so much, and I used to kind of experience it a little, so I see how much more fun I have with the game since I stopped caring about that. I think more people would have more fun if they just, yeah, don't cling to that that sense of having to play it safe, right? Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying it to kind of put down or to say that they're lesser. It's just, yeah, you'll have more fun if you can let go of that worry, right? Ooh, nice. A black... I figure Black Mage would be pretty good for merits and stuff, right? Like, I figure a class like Black Mage would be really good for merits just because they can kill things really fast. I figure Black Mage burn parties as a merit thing would kind of be awesome, I would think. But I don't know. I think Beastmaster was... I don't regret it. I love having it at 75. It really opens a lot of doors for me. But as someone that likes to party up with others, Beastmaster was maybe not the best choice to 75. That said, I'm having a ton of fun with Black Mage, so that's gonna be my level 75 damage class, I think. I don't know, I was thinking like DPS, right? What do I enjoy other than Beastmaster? And I was considering maybe Samurai. I like how Samurai looks, right? I enjoy a katana as much as the next guy, but yeah, no, Black Mage. Black Mage, definitely. Oh, Sito. Oh no, you just gotta let go of that fear. Just let go. It's okay. Alright, so I got my 10 wardrobe slots, which, hold on, let me just sit back and admire my new wardrobe slots. Ah, yes, look at that, I was damn near full. Because as it turns out, keeping all of the equipment down to level 20 for 2 classes that you actively play, turns out that takes a lot of inventory slots. Honestly, I don't really need, honestly, I don't need to keep every piece of gear, right? Like, let's take, for example, my Battle Axe +1, my level 20 gear. The thing is that I could put that in normal storage, or make an alt, move it over to that, and then, you know, if I get invited to a party to do lower level content, I could just pull it out of storage and then put it into my wardrobe, or just carry it on me, since I do have a good amount of inventory slots. So, you know, technically I don't have to keep all my gear at all times, but it feels good. It feels good too. So more wardrobe slots, I'm happy. And now I have 11 slots to work with, so I can stuff even more redundant gear in there. I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. Oh, Lily, I was kind of wondering, since you seem to enjoy White Mage a lot, and then you seem to enjoy Summoner a lot, and now Thief, are you having that problem that I used to have back in the day, where, like, every class that I would play, like, every time I try a different class, it's like, oh my god, this is the best class ever. This is so much fun. Are you having that problem? FF11 tends to do that. Also, hey there, Kayit. Don't block again. Uh-oh, has someone blocked again? Uh-oh. I don't think I blocked anybody. I think I literally only had to, for me at least, I have only ever had to, like, you know, out of the channel boot someone, because they're that weird ASCII porn art guy, right, that kept popping in the early streams we did for FF11. He seemed very angry about Horizon. Yeah, he went away, so I haven't had to deal with anyone since then. I still think that ASCII porn art guy was kind of amusing in a funny way, but yeah. Like, is he is he haunting other people's Horizon streams these days? Like, is that just his gimmick? Is that just what he does? I think I chased him away because I just found him kind of amusing, and he was like a fly I had to swat every now and then. But otherwise, I just really didn't care. I think he wanted me to get angry or something, and I just don't care. So yeah, I guess he had to go to greener pastures. I still don't understand why that guy is so mad about Horizon specifically. Like, I don't understand. Man, okay, trying to keep up with all the chat, like a lot all of a sudden, but I'm reading it all. And, well, I guess I did the things I wanted to do for now, so I'm just chilling for a sec. Huh. But, and to Lily, I don't know, I like a good support class, or a good utility class, right? Like, I like support and utility and stuff like that. But I also like having fun, and I gotta admit, every now and then it does feel good just to be like to be a delightfully evil wizard that blows people up with fireballs, right? Like, every now and then, it's the simple things in life. And that's what I'm enjoying in FF11 when I play Black Mage now. I mean, alright, you could sleep lurk if you want, you could do whatever, although I don't think I'm going to be streaming too much longer. I started late, and also it's a holiday here today, so I'm not going to be streaming too much longer. You know, spend time with the wife and all that good stuff. But, oh yeah, well, look, I like a good thief class, Lily. So, okay, I could do like man, I hate tier lists, but I could make a tier list of like the thief classes that I've played in various MMOs. Thief in FF11 is right up there, but I have to be honest, and I came way late to the party, but I kind of like how Rogue in World of Warcraft plays, just because you can literally pickpocket as much as you want all the time, whenever, and it feels pretty good to just sneak around a dungeon stealing everything, right? And then also, you know, picking the lock on all the chests and just getting out with all the loot like a madman. That's a hard feeling to beat. But FF11 Thief is kind of, I'd say, equal tier with that for different reasons. I mean, you can follow if you want. I mean, if you want to hang around for more. I also don't just play FF11 though. I wanna play a wonderful space sim / RPG / adventure game from 1986 this weekend. Starflight 2. I want to play that this weekend and have some fun with it. What's great about it is that it kind of it's like, hey, what if Starfield was made in 1986? But yeah, well, yeah, we have fun here. Oh, and look, see, you're going into WoW talk. The thing is, like, I didn't play WoW. I have literally only played World of Warcraft on the Turtle WoW private server, and that's like running a vanilla version of the game that they have then made their own expansions for. So it's a very different experience than typical WoW. But that's the only experience I have with WoW. So, but what I experienced, I really liked for Thief. Also, Lily, I've played it some on this channel, but like, hey, if you enjoy a good online social immersive world type of thing game like this, and you're willing to kind of bridge out to other genres, I mean, City of Heroes has a really good class fantasy feel no matter what you play. Like, I mean, really good. I've streamed that a few times in this time slot, but not for a while. But that's also a good time. I consider it to be a very unique game, and good on the same tier as this. Even it is a very different kind of game, but still, there's a lot of good old school games that have really good feels. Like if you want to play a particular role or class or whatever, and you want everything to feel unique, there's a couple of good games for that. I think FF11 stands really good. It stands above, but there's other choices there. Things worth checking out at the least. So let's see. I think I'm done with Beastmaster for today, so I'm gonna switch back to Black Mage. Black Mage / Ninja. I know. I do like how Ninja combos with Black Mage. I like how that combines, you know? And yeah, I mean, look, I have a soft spot for Final Fantasy too. I would consider myself an old school Final Fantasy nerd. I would consider myself that. And FF11 really appeals to me on that level a lot. It feels so classic as someone that grew up with like the Super Nintendo games. But I'd say like you might like if you like the kinds of dynamics that you get here and just how it's interesting but also very social and everything's connected and you know immersive. Yeah, City. I know it sounds like such a weird suggestion, right? Like superhero game, what? But it's not really that. It's one of those things where like I am not a Marvel fan, I'm not a superhero fan. It can be interesting, but I'm not really like into it, right? But when I played City of Heroes for the first time back in the day, I was hooked. And not because of the hero stuff, but because it's just an amazing game that does this sort of thing. But in, again, different way. Alright. I like to give good game suggestions, right? I always like to throw out good game suggestions. That's also why I stream different games on the weekend. You know, the old MMO stuff during the weekdays. But yeah, I like to show people interesting things that they might want to check out sometime. It's not always a good game, but it's always an interesting game. I like to share. Oh god, DC Universe. Oh man, I don't know. Like I've played other superhero games because remember, City of Heroes did shut down. Like you have to play it on a private server now. And I think it's in a good state on private servers. Like they have the source code, so they're just developing it now. But yeah, DC Universe never clicked with me. Champions Online never clicked with me. But yeah, City of Heroes on the Homecoming server, like that has clicked with me real good. It's clicked with me like the game clicked with me back in the day. Again, it's a different type of game, but the things that it does well, it does really well. I find it very compelling. Oh, CyberGig, hey there. Oh, Cyber, you're gonna, man, if you hang around on the weekend, you're gonna love it. So I'm gonna play, yeah, a space sim from 1986. It has no music. So what I did is, I just thought, like, man, I need some background space simulation, exploration music. What's good for... And then I had a light bulb moment. EVE Online music. Like, the original tracks were super chill. So I just downloaded a bunch of the tracks for EVE Online, like the old original tracks. And I'm gonna, yeah, those are gonna be my background noise for what I'm doing this weekend. Like EVE Online has some really good background tracks. Like they're just relaxing. We'll do the XCOM files too, but I really want to do Starflight. I really want to do it. I think it's the time. It's the time for Starflight. Oh man, nothing I put up for sale. I got a bunch of fish for sale, and no one's buying any of them. My Nebimonites. God, it's hard to say that. No one's buying them. That's unfortunate. Alright, so, okay, I guess I'm, done with Beastmaster for the moment, but let me go ahead and stuff some things in my Mog Satchel. That Pear Olay, I don't really need that now, do I? I don't really need that. I'm not sure when I would even use it. It's... I don't know, let me, put all of this junk away. All of it just goes right away. And now my inventory's full. Okay, I got more space. So I got 30 Shihai, I got got some beetle jaws, which the beetle jaws I'm gonna put in my Mog safe. I think that's where I'm storing all my beetle jaws at. I think. Or not? Yeah, I am. I want to sort it, but then everything, like, it'll lose its place. I like to keep my place, right? I think I'll just put that back up on the auction house. I didn't need it, right? Or I don't know. I might use it at some point. Okay. So I got my stealth items. I got my Shihai powder. I let's just junk those. I got everything I need. So look, man, bone crafting is getting expensive. Beetle jaws are really expensive to buy in the quantities that I need. Oh, Cyber. I love it. I'm gonna, you know what? When I play Starflight, it's like, no, look, this is look, it's just a very early build of EVE Online, all right? From 1986. The funny thing is, it's a good game. It's a really good game, and I don't have nostalgia for it. Like, I didn't grow up playing Starflight. It's like 86 that was 2 years before I was born. It is before my time still. But it is an incredible space game for what they were working with, man. Alright, so okay, I got everything I need taken out. Black Mage Ninja. Well, the thing is, if I can't get into a group, then this is gonna have to be Black Mage / Beastmaster. Like if I can't group, right? Okay, well I guess yeah. Since I haven't played Starflight in forever, I can totally archive it, put it on the YouTube channel. I know that people watching along on the YouTube channel, they get a little scared and confused when I upload something that isn't Final Fantasy. But, yeah, I do like to archive some of the more interesting games that I do. Hell, Swagman is archived on there. Our 2-part playthrough of Swagman. God, you could feel the budget running out in that game. Alright. So, okay, I got all my stuff, and I love this item. I love that there's a plus int and MP item that you can accidentally throw. There's a 25k item that you can just accidentally throw at the enemy and lose. I love that. Just don't throw anything, right? Just don't. Just take that ranged attack command and just burn it, alright? Alright, and oh yeah, if you need the YouTube channel, God, you know what, we got a bot in here, I need to actually give it some goddamn commands. Yeah, okay, the little buttons, like there's little buttons below the actual, like, video that you're watching, right, on the channel page. The YouTube is like one of the first things there, I think, if not the first. That's probably the Discord channel, actually. But yeah, it's all down there. Straight links. I gotta update those sometime, though. I haven't touched those buttons in a very long time. Okay, let me just get my look back real quick. There we go, and switch over to the proper appropriate macro book. So that'd be Black Mage, and yeah, I have, my first book here. It's got a charm set macro. I have a charm set macro on Black Mage because yeah, I Black Mage Beastmaster a lot. So yeah, hold up, like C set. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Noble Ribbon, Bird Whistle, Hope Rings. I got, yeah, the custom pants that give charisma. The vest too, that like, I have plus 12 charisma as a Black Mage. I'm putting all that Beastmaster gear to good use. Oh, they don't have the buttons on the phone. Oh man. Oh man. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'll try to add like later for next time. I'll try to add before the weekend. I'll try to add the command to the bot so that yeah, when you do that, it'll tell you the channel. But the channel is just it's the same name. It's just double awesome. The same as the Twitch channel, but on YouTube. All right, let's get on out of the Mog House, or I don't know. I mean, I didn't have anything else planned. There is another quest. I have another quest that I want to do, and I started it, but that one can wait till next time. I've gone a little longer than I wanted to today. I started late, so we'll end late, right? I'm trying to be a little more careful about not just going all day long, right? I'm trying to control myself. But, alright, yeah, I feel like I accomplished a lot today, right? I got some questing done. That was the main thing. I wanted to get back into the questing stuff. So yeah, some good questing. Did Sandoria 7 too. That felt nice. A more brief session, but I feel like, yeah, I got some wardrobe slots. I feel happy about that. Oh. Well, look, we'll be back again tomorrow, all right? We'll be back tomorrow. Don't panic. Everything will be okay. We'll be here tomorrow. But yeah, so I just wanted to put it out, right? So you know what we're doing. So yeah, more old MMO stuff for the rest of the weekdays, and I'll try to stick to the actual time on my schedule. Today was a little different because it's a holiday. It's Unity Day, but yeah, otherwise the schedule is accurate. I might mix in one other game during the weekday. Not City of Heroes, but like I do want to get back on Turtle WoW, so I was thinking to make a new character. I kind of wanted to try Paladin and see how that old school WoW Paladin plays on Turtle WoW. Like I don't know. It seems interesting. Apparently Paladin can tank, heal, DPS. They can queue up as whatever, right? They can fill all roles, and that really interests me. So we might do that. I need a good paladin name. I don't have a, like, Doubleus is my wizard name, but I don't really have a good, like, double paladin name. Double light? I don't know, that just sounds like a light version of my normal character. I don't know. I need a paladin name. We'll workshop that. But yeah, I was thinking to mix one day of Turtle WoW in. I'm not sure which day, but we'll figure it out. But otherwise, standard by the schedule. On the weekend, we're gonna play the usual XCOM files on probably Sunday, but Saturday, I want to do Starflight 2. We're definitely doing that on Saturday, because it's an awesome game. It's one of those games that reminds me why I play video games, right? Every now and then, I need to play an awesome game that reminds me why I do it. And Starflight is one of them. That's one of those things. Oh, Cyber. Oh man, these just double in. I need a proper, like, good fantasy paladin name. Like, I feel like, you know, for wizard names, Doubleus is pretty good. Like that feels like a wizard. I can vibe it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's a good paladin name that would fit my naming convention, right? We'll figure something out. We'll figure it out. But tomorrow I think we'll just continue with FF11. I don't usually plan out what I'm gonna do too much, but I always just try to get in on whatever missions I can get in on, if any are around. But otherwise, I am so deep into Black Mage. I want to just keep going with it, right? Like I want a black mage all the way up to 75. I am really enjoying black mage, so we'll probably just kind of keep doing that. You know, we'll see how that works out. Okay. Oh man, Sir Dubs-a-lot. If they could, look, if in Turtle WoW, if they would let you have like a 2-part name, I'd be tempted, but actually Dubs-a-lot isn't that. Honestly, as far as paladin names go, I guess that works. I gotta figure what race the paladin's gonna be. I'm tempted to just stick with High Elf because I really don't like the visual style of characters in World of Warcraft. The High Elves, they bother me the least, so I'll probably just stick with, you know, like my mage, right? I'll just do that, but a paladin. Which, I don't know, I don't have an elf name either, right? I also don't have an elf name. Just double bubble. Well, that's too on point. That's... Man, I miss double bubblegum. I miss that. I think you can actually still get that. I think you can even get that over here if you order it. But like, I'm kind of past my bubblegum phase now. I used to love that stuff. It is what my channel, like, that is kind of where the double part, like, that is why I spell it that way. Oh. Huh. 10 Thief, you're doing it. I don't know, weirdly, I didn't really, like, okay, my first, again, we're just winding down now. We're winding down, discussing channel stuff, all that. So we don't have to just immediately bail, alright? Also, hey there, Peugeot. Sorry, we're winding down right now. So my first, well, if you look back on the streams on the YouTube, I'm pretty sure my first class up to like 30, I think White Mage, right? I think I went White Mage first because I wanted to get in parties as a healer, but I soloed even after level 10 as a White Mage, and I honestly didn't find that it went that slowly. I thought it went fine. Maybe I might have done Red Mage. I did both White Mage and Red Mage, but I soloed both of them like a lot. And I didn't even find soloing as a White Mage to be all that, like, it wasn't all that, you know, time consuming. I didn't think it was that grindy, and White Mage is terrible. Like, White Mage can't fight for shit. But I didn't find it was that bad. Maybe I just have a high threshold, a high tolerance, I don't know. Oh, Halloween theme. I can't, man, when's the Halloween event gonna get on here? When's that going? Also, I do plan on doing some Halloween-y stuff on the weekend. I'm gonna keep the weekday streams like they've been. But on the weekend, I do plan for some spooky game stuff, but not the first weekend. Like, I want to at least get 2 weeks into October, right? It's a little too early to be busting that out first week, right? Like, I still feel like it's September. Yeah, well, yeah, if you're used to, like, modern retail, then I could see how this would feel slow compared to modern retail, but I guess my comparison point is, you know, the last time I really seriously played this game, I have played on other private servers, which they tend to be slower, but I'm more used to, like, Zalart era retail back in the day. That was goddamn slow. So, since that's kind of where I start at for comparisons, yeah, no, man, it's hyper fast here. It's like we're in the fast lane. I guess it's all a matter of perspective on that one. I mean, also, I have other old school MMOs to compare it to, and, you know, if you compare leveling up in this game to, like, even default old school Zalart era leveling up, if you compare that to, like, the original EverQuest, man, like EverQuest is like 10 times as grindy. So I guess I just come from a different perspective on that one. I played EverQuest, the first one. I played that for a very long time. Like up to Planes of Power. I quit around then, but I never made it higher than like level 30. Like I think my highest character was a level 30-ish Necromancer. That was as high as I ever got in that game. And level 60, right? Yeah, 60 was the max. Like that's how bad the grind was in that game. And it didn't even have, you know, progress blockers like this game. There were no limit breaks or anything like that. You could just grind forever. And it was still like 10 times slower. Yeah, I guess, you know, it all depends on perspective and kind of, you know, I guess where you left off with the game, right? Like even if you played old school FF11, if you have since played on retail, then that does give you a different perspective. But yeah, I don't know. I never found that, at least on Horizon, I don't find the leveling is too slow. It's fine. Oh man, Terra Online. God, I actually loved Terra Online, the original incarnation of it, like with the first studio that ran it. I didn't really like it when it changed hands and things got weird and really microtransaction-y. But man, Terra Online was a good time. Unless you were a filthy Elon, get right out of here. But but no, it was a fun game. That was a fun action game. Yeah, I think that is the best way to do it, and that's why I could even enjoy games like old school EverQuest, right? Is I look at the journey, I sort of log into a game like this, and I sort of, you know, I just choose, okay, today, you know, what are some nice short-term achievable goals that I can do today? And then I think about, okay, what are some more long-term goals that I'm not going to do today, but I could maybe start working on today? And, you know, I just sort of, like, I pick something, right? I pick a mix of those short and long-term goals, and I just enjoy the journey. Not every day is a super exciting day. Some days I just log in and go fishing, right? But either way, because I play that way, I don't really worry about just hitting some end game or something like that, right? I just worry about the fun that I'm having in the moment. And that's how I can even play games like EverQuest that, you know, God, I never even, like, I only made it halfway, right? But I loved every moment of it. Also, Cyber, I mean, you know, I liked Eden. It was a good server, just not enough ambition. Not enough ambition and change for me, but it was a good time. I think you also leveled up fast on that server, too. Also, what level even is Leaping Lizzie? I know everybody wants those boots, but it's still just a low-level enemy, right? It's still like a very low-level lizard. I mean, Cyber, if you like, you know, if you like physics, you really can't, like, I must again point to City of Heroes. Despite that game being, like, as old as this one, or almost as old, it has a full-on physics engine with ragdoll physics. Combine that with, like, superpowers, and man, just, like... And then you just telekinetically ragdoll the enemy into the ceiling and the walls and just... like, you just crowd control them into submission with that, right? It's a good time. Or storm powers, and then just create a fucking hurricane in a hallway, right? It's a good time. Yeah, I think like Leaping Lizzie is only it's only around level 10, right? I don't think, yeah, you don't have to get too high to do that. The main issue is that you're gonna be fighting with like 24 high levels, right? You're gonna be competing with a bunch of level 75s, right? That are just perma camping it. I'd say that's the bigger issue. But yeah, I'd say honestly the number of people camping Leaping Lizzie, that alone would make me not want to do it. Like if you've ever been in that general area where Leaping Lizzie spawns, it's, yeah, like there's always a bunch of 75s just standing around, right? They're just standing on every possible camp spot, waiting for it to pop in. I wouldn't want to do that. I don't think that would be fun. Well, you don't have to buy it though. You can, like, if all you want is the boots themselves, Petrifying Pear, it's a level, that one's level 30, I think, right? Yeah, it's a level 30 BCNM. I've done it a few times. I got someone their boots. It drops the bounding boots, but they are literally the exact same thing as leaping boots. It's just you can't trade them. But it's so easy, right? It's an easy fight. The drop rate's pretty good on those boots. Like, we did it 3 times and we got a pair of boots, so. Like, hell, I'd even pass on them because I don't really need them. Like, none of the classes that I play now really need them. So I'd pass on the boots, you know, I'd just give it to somebody. Oh no, the accidental claim, Lily. Oh no. But yeah, those leaping boots, because they are really good stats for, like, especially for the level. You'll be wearing those into the high levels, depending on what class you're playing. Like for Thief, oh yeah, for Thief, the leaping boots is actually kind of an ideal item. It's 3 dex, 3 agility, right? And those are literally the exact stats you need for sneak attack and trick attack. So like they are ideal Thief gear. Like up into the end game high levels. So yeah, that like if I'd just like accidentally gotten leaping boots, it would be hard to resist the temptation to just take those boots and run, right? Run all the way to the auction house. Yeah, the Emperor's Hairpin, also a good item. The problem is that, see, now I'm kind of focused on, like, I'm really focused on Black Mage, and, you know, that doesn't, different gear set, right? Different things I'd want. And also just not as gear intensive in general. But, like, the items like that I might use as a Beastmaster, I'm 75 now. I don't need that, right? Like, I can get better now and cheaper. But especially in like the low to mid-level ranges, stuff like items like that, those super rare good items, yeah, there's a reason people pay out the ass for them. They're very good, especially at the level range you can equip them at. I don't know. I think really it's just a matter of good food. Even in Valkurm Dunes, if you're willing to, say, drop the guild to buy sushi, right? Like, that pretty much fixes your accuracy problems right there. It's just not very many people shell out the cash for something like that to level up in the dunes or whatever, right? And as you get higher level, I think even by level 30, you're doing like there's so many things you can get to boost your stats. It's it evens out as you get higher level. And then when you're like at kind of the end levels, then you can get stat gear incredibly cheaply. I think it's just for people that really want to go that extra mile. Oh yeah. The thing is, when I played Thief to 37. Yeah, I didn't get any of those. I didn't get any of those types of items. And I didn't even use the status bolts. I just used regular ass bolts. But I mean, partying still went really fast. My sneak attack, trick attack, when I would group up, it still did massive damage. It doesn't, honestly, it doesn't make as much difference as you might think. It makes a difference, but things will go just fine even without it. That is something that I've learned, is that you can see differences, but at the end of the day, it's kind of there is kind of such a thing as overkill, right? There's a minimum threshold you need, and then really anything above that, it will have a noticeable effect. But it's not necessary, and depending on how the overall group is playing, you might actually not notice it. It's kind of like how, it's like the all Beastmaster burn groups where they insist on /ninja, and then nobody's even using Utsasemi, people are half AFK. I think what you gotta realize is that so many parties are just full of players that are barely paying attention. So going the extra mile can feel really good, but at a certain point you'll realize that the people around you are barely there. And that's not a bad necessary, look, when you're partying up for 6 hours straight, I get why you're you're half zoned out, right? I get why. But when you have that realization, you kind of realize that no, you don't have to try that hard. Because the people around you are often not. And the thing is, despite that, for the casual EXP parties and stuff, things go smooth anyway. Everything works out no matter what. But no, I get it, right? It does feel good to be the tryhard sometimes. I mean, with my black mage, right? I do kind of, I know I'm wearing the charm gear, but these Morian earrings, I didn't have to buy those. I didn't have to. I could have put something else there or waited to, to get in gear there, because they are kind of expensive. But I pitched in for them, right? The Morian Tathlum, that thing's 25k. It's only 3 MP and 1 int, but I got it anyway, right? I went out and did my RSE stuff, so hey, +3 int on my boots, which is actually kind of the best I can do right now. But yeah, I didn't have to do all that, but I went out and did it. So yeah, every now and then it feels good to try hard a little, but it's just kind of people. This is my winding down thoughts. People often, they talk about these ideal scenarios and these ideal metas, and they talk as if everybody is in super crunch mode all the time, and everybody is they act like everybody in every party is playing 200% all the time. They act and that's why if everyone was playing like that, yeah, that 1% difference might matter. But in reality, your white mage is currently watching Netflix and not even noticing the paladin is nearly dead. Your ninja's not even using Utsasemi because they haven't been hit in a little while and they're just not really thinking about it too much. Your DPS is currently sitting on 3000 TP they just forgot about. Your black mage was resting to get their MP back, and then they just got up and made a sandwich, and that. That's the reality, right? And in that reality, you will quickly realize that missing a little more, or it's okay, right? It's okay. don't get me wrong, there are points where you gotta try your best, especially for like boss fights and stuff, but for EXPing or whatever, you know, EXPing merits, things like that, people do overthink it. But yeah, you know, like, I often find I stress over everything in this game, but when I don't need to, right? So I've learned to calm down, and it's, I feel better for it. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, everybody's just terrible, because, hey, I have my moments too, right? Like, sometimes you know, I'll be in the middle of a party, in the middle of a fight, and then my cat comes over and jumps up on my keyboard and starts meowing at me demanding food, and I have to stop for a minute, right? In the middle of combat. That's what I mean, right? Like, the other 5 party members that are with you, they all have things going on too, and parties go on for a long time, so things will happen. Attention will slip, you know, people get tired as the thing goes on, and that sort of perfect, ideal scenario that you've mathed out in your head, you've made Excel spreadsheets kind of calculating every point of efficiency, you'll quickly realize that that all just goes right out the window the moment you involve other people in what you're doing. And it's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, that is the nature of playing an online game with other people, right? They're gonna have things going on. Sometimes you're gonna be the one that has something going on. You know, and then like it's like you try really hard to squeeze a little extra damage out, and then oh, I gotta AFK really quick for a minute, so now I'm just losing a minute's worth of damage, right? And it's like, yeah, that's how it goes. That's normal. That's perfectly normal. And I think that's a good closing thought too, right? Don't worry, don't stress. If you want to try hard, go for it. I certainly would love to get like the +1 version of a lot of items. I would love to do that sometime when I'm at the point in the game where gil doesn't really mean anything to me anymore, right? Like when I have everything I need and then I can just focus on what I want, I will totally try hard. But I won't stress about it. I'm not stressing over it. I'm not gonna, you know, and I'm not gonna bug other people about their efficiency either, because I understand that things happen. So that's the word of wisdom, I guess, for the end here, is just don't stress or stress others out too much. You know, just take it moment by moment. But speaking of things coming up, yeah, I went longer than I wanted to. It is like 3:30 here. I had wanted to stop at like at like 2, right? But then that 7-2 mission happened, and but either way. Man, dinner's not that far off. Oh, I didn't have lunch today. It's a little late for lunch. Early dinner maybe. Might make me some pizza. So, with all that, tomorrow we'll be back at it here with Final Fantasy XI again. I'm thinking, yeah, we'll probably do that tomorrow, maybe the day after. But Turtle WoW's coming. It's coming in there somewhere. Alright, so if you pop into the stream one day and you notice that the game we are currently playing is not Final Fantasy XI, don't panic. It will return. That's all I want to say. Some people panic really fast about that, but it'll be back. It'll be back. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm gonna make me a pizza or something. I'll see you guys next time. And also, you know, I know it's the Final Fantasy crowd, but hey, show up for the weekend sometime. We play fun stuff, and it's later on in the day too. There's fun times, I swear. All right. Till tomorrow. Later.